Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Environment Day. Our land, our future.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Environment Day. Our land, our future.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Environment Day. Our land, our future.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, World Environment Day. Our land, our future.
Hello, I'm not hearing anything. Is it there?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are shortly commencing today's the World Environment Day, and senior anchor Amrita Sharma will be here just in a moment. So we will kickstart. We've got guests waiting for us. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, which beams live to many partner channels every Sunday. Global Namaste, Amrita, are you there? Let us have you on here. Well, let's chit chat as well. Twang Twang, you are there as well. How are you, Twang Twang? Shortly, you will
Good
be having
evening
your
to
session.
Yeah,
all the
okay.
viewers.
Okay, Amrita, your video is not on. If you could put your video on, Amrita. Amrita, do you read me?
Stop the video.
Yeah, if you could
Yeah,
start the video, please, and come live. We are live onto stuff. If you could welcome everybody. Amrita, you're live now. Go ahead, over.
thank you. Global Namaste, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. And I'm Amrita Sharma, your host, and I welcome you to today's episode of World Environment Day.
Yeah, it seems you are frozen.
Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Global Namaste to everyone. In today's episode of World Environment Day, we have our founder and director Neil Kumar with us. And today's episode is specially dedicated on the environmental issues and the facts that are related with the environment, how we can preserve the environment, how it is important, how the land has to be preserved for our future, and then the crisis of plastic and its relation with the hazardous effects. Let's have a quick comment from our founder and director, and then we move on to our first guest. Global Namaste, Neil Kumar, and a very warm welcome as well.
A global namaste to you, Dr. Amrita. What an important subject we have got today. Everywhere, the world over, we are worried about the quick climate change. Look at the change in weather. We've got a lot of guests coming up today from different parts of the world, and it will be very exciting to know what's going on around the world. And some of the guests will be Twang Twang, Pushpanath, Vaidyanath, who is there after 4 o'clock British summer time. He's there in Germany. So different people will bring different aspects of Environment Day, and some of them will be talking about plastic pollution that the world is trying to end. In your area where you were, so you had a successful MBCC conference there in Mandi. How did it come along?
Yeah, it was really good. We had around 300 plus delegates, and it was on Indian knowledge systems and mental health applications. But we had diverse topics in relation to sustainability, environment, and talking about the mental environment and the mental health. That I think is a key point for preserving our environment also. And therefore, when we talk about all these things, we had various experts in different domains who put their point on preservation of the five elements and sustenance of the five elements of nature, which is the space, fire, water, earth, air. And in that closed area, it is very important for us to think about and to know and give importance and acknowledge these elemental compositions of what our nature is made up of, and the importance of nature and what best the mother nature has given us as a gift. Until unless we don't acknowledge and think about it, we will not stop these things. And that is why preserving our land, making it really a pure place to live in for our future is also very important to think of on that. And on this verge of today, where we see the plastic as one of the biggest poisons that has poisoned the land, water, air, and everywhere, it was a good discovery and an invention for some time, but it's no more now, because it is creating so much of hazardous effects that it is virtually taking up a U-turn of bringing something to the end where it started. So that we really need to think about the bio-sustainable products and the utility of particular things that we discover and invent for our particular use, to what extent we must go. And I'm really very keen to hear from all our experts what they have to say today. Over
And
to
do
you,
you
Neil.
feel
Thank you.
Do you feel that all the education establishments world over should be creating now in the curriculum a subject called Environment Day? Should we be discussing and teaching the children from nursery age into school and college that environment is a serious issue, just like how we did with the PE, physical training and everything? Do you think we should do that for Environment Day now as a subject in a school?
Yeah, this is very important subject. I think a lot of schools have started up with training children for and making them understand all these things and taking them to the environment. I remember one of my student who is an environmentalist. Her job is to take students to the forest and make them meet with the trees and the plants, because until and unless they will get that soft touch of a personal touch of meeting the plants and the trees and the forest, they will not understand how important it is to preserve them. So that kind of touch, the kind of life we are living, which is pretty materialistic as well as a fast-paced life, and we have made so many artificial things around us. And I also stress a lot when people talk about that fresh air to breathe. We have closed the doors and made an air-conditioned, sustainable artificial temperatures for us, which in fact is not really healthy in many ways. And that fresh air, until unless you take in and acknowledge, you will never realize how to preserve that. So that's what my take is. Thank you.
And we can see that so many countries, David Attenborough just showed how what's happening to the ocean and the plastic, and the world is rapidly deteriorating. And I think the world should take it very serious as to how people actually manage the climate control. Well, we're just going to ask a few of our experts who are going to come over here. Let's just take a quick comment and then we will carry on with our episode. So we've got Vaidyanath Das here as well. Later, after 4:30 British time, he'll be talking. He has done a good talk on plastic pollution. A global namaste to you there in Germany. How are you?
Namaste. I'm
Global
happy to see all of you here. I am representing the Hindu Forum Germany. And as I said later, I will give my 5 to 7 minutes contribution. And yeah, we are fine. Thank you.
Brilliant. And we will be coming back to you. So it's nice to say hello to you. Stay around and we'll chit chat with you again during the open session as well. Let's say hello to Pushpanath, who has been on Healing Our Earth 3-4 times. He's going to talk exciting about a book that he has released. And we just take a quick comment. He's here in about 25 minutes from now. A global namaste to you, Pushpanath Krishnamurti. How are you?
Namaskar to everybody. Thank you so much.
So it's an
Welcome.
exciting time. World environment is a subject that everybody should take seriously. Is that right?
Yep, very much. Hello?
And we're going
Yes,
to
yes.
we're going to hear from you about the exciting book as well, which will be a very important journey as well. So please stay around and
Thank you.
we'll be chit-chatting with you again a bit later. So Amrita, these are a couple of guests which will be coming in our session. And then we'll be also going to Ghana and Germany again and Denmark and talk. And on the screen, you've got Twang Twang. It was exciting when Twang Twang came with honey. And Twang Twang is actually also involved in plant a tree now. He made a song, and because he wants everybody to plant a tree, particularly children and adults, and that is an initiative which was with the global environment movement. And we're going to talk quite a bit about him over the next 15-20 minutes. Twang Twang, welcome to Healing Our Earth once again.
Yes, man, thank you. And I'm so glad we're keeping connected and we all are together, still spreading the message to keep Mother Nature alive for the future.
Yes, it's beautiful. And the previous time when you were there, I think it was on the post-COP episode where we were talking about plant tree, honey was there. We even showed your song, which we are going to show a bit later when honey comes. It's so wonderful. And what inspired you? I mean, why? Obviously, song is a good way of bringing. Who gave you that inspiration that we go it via music?
So, from a young kid, I've been a farmer. I just love to watch the trees growing. I could go in the farm and eat my breakfast, you know? So, I always look at tree like it's something that is so real and is so precious, you know? I sometimes I hear the trees make sound like they're laughing, you know? So sometimes they think I'm crazy. So I'm from Mother Nature, you know. So I even now created a book called the Book of Laughter. Yeah, this one I'm trying to download it on Amazon and whatever, but it's gonna be on there soon. It's called Book of Laughter. And I also becomes the creator of a new creation that's called the Rhyming Reggae Comedy. Yeah, it's a rhyming reggae comedy. It's an act, a show that I'm doing now, inspiring people with some long time phrases and make them laugh. Because laughing causes the body to release chemical and it sharpens your mind to remember things while relaxing the stress hormones around the corner. Laughing burns calories and it shows non-aggressive intent. Even in the Bible, Proverbs 17, verse 22, tell you about laughing. So yeah, so this song with planting a tree, when I was making it, a lot of people laugh. And they was telling me to say a different trees, which makes me laugh too. So it's also accumulating me developing this rhyming reggae comedy. But I'm a Mother Nature man from day one. And I would say that We all don't have life. We are living. Mother Nature is life. The air, the sunlight, the water. I think that is life. Without those things, we are out of it. So,
Isn't it beautiful way, Twang Twang, isn't it beautiful way of looking? Honey is here again, so we were going to discover more. Maybe we'll play that song. Amrita, you remember last time Honey and Twang Twang were here and we played the song Plant a Tree Now, 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 Now. So it was so
right.
beautiful. Maybe, Honey, you can unmute yourself and you can tell us a bit more about, we were just discussing with Twang Twang that what inspired him to bring it to the musical format, Plant a Tree Now. Global namaste to you, Honey, and how are you?
A global namaste to you too, Neil G, and of course Twang Twang, our lovely Amrita Ji as always. And Twang Twang, welcome to our Healing Our Earth show.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be back again.
Thank you so much, honey. Thank you so much.
So,
Today
Honey, we were talking what inspired. Just earlier, before you came, we discussed how important it is that Environment Day. We feel that it should be taken part of a school curriculum, right from the nursery children, to tell them how to respect the earth and bring that ethos of preserving earth and stopping, for example, ending plastic pollution, saving the water, planting a tree. What are your thoughts that we should start with the children in the school?
Yes, I think that's a fantastic idea. And later on today on this program, we're going to be finding out what we are doing as Healing Our Earth. And of course, all our members here who are supporting this as well. We're going to be starting a free online training in all schools around the world, starting from London with a pilot study, where we're offering free online training. We've been working on building a lovely 17 module program. Each module is connected to the United Nations SDGs, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, it's to help protect our planet and educate our young children in schools about why it's important for us to protect. So what Twang Twang...
The beautiful part is this is not happening next year or next month. This is actually happening this month itself. So for those of us who are connected to us, YouTube, social media, it's such a wonderful effort that you can be part of. It's not late. You can still see. We're just going to shortly just show you what it is. Maybe it's the right time to share it with people, Honey. So
Yes,
tell us a bit more about it, and then we go on to Twang Twang. And there it is.
Yes, so I would love to just show you, maybe some of the work that Twang Twang has done and maybe show you the video as well. This is one of the programs, of course, that our lovely Twang Twang's been working on. And he's been working very closely with Healing Our Earth, Rotary, of course, various other partners. And we've already produced a song with the help of course, our platform here. It's a ragging rap song, which Twang Twang has had the pleasure of working on. And we together produced a community-related video to actually educate young people. It's to help them to become aware of what we need to do to protect our planet. And then every time a person downloads this song, with a minimum of £1 donation, we would be planting a tree on their name. So if we end up raising £100,000, we'll be planting 100,000 trees. And the aim is to plant 1 million trees around the world. This year, as you know, Healing Our Earth has been part of this journey right from the start. And this year we have a campaign called Times 20. So it's called Plant a Tree Times 20, which means each one of us will be donating £1, downloading the song, and in return, we would be also forwarding it across to 20 of our friends and encouraging them to also do the same. Every person who downloads a song will receive a special booklet. It's a presentation on the importance of planting trees around the world. So it's a free little book that we have created. Healing Our Earth is part of that as well. So we're very pleased, to have such fantastic partners. So Twang Twang also, I would like to, ask him, Twang Twang, can you please share a little bit about, we got involved in many events, didn't we? Can you tell us a little bit about the Seva Day we did, the Samarkand Peace Gardens, with the mayors? We also took part in the Commonwealth Fair. And the other one was, of course, going to St. John's Wood Park. Can you tell us a little bit about what was it like to take part in all these shows?
It's an experience Only and I enjoy doing it because I'm spreading the message, and the message is going across, and the people are absorbing the message. And the song, I was delighted to create it, such a song with the remix, with the ideas that we both come up with, and make it so active. Most people loves it, and it even brought me into a movie. Yeah, which is so important to me because I'm now being a star other than a songwriter. I'm an actor. So it's a development for me also. I don't have words to say, but it just was success. This project with the movie is gonna release soon. It's called The End of the Film, and all because of one performance that we performed for some award, the EPRA award. It was at the EPRA award, yes, when we performed the Plant a Tree song. The mayor, the former mayor of Enfield saw me and was delighted with my performance and loves the song and invites me to come along with their movie. So it's a success. It's a success all the way. And now I am preparing to go into schools and teach the kids by the help of Honey and the Rotary and all the organization, because I got it in my head now, and I'm with teaching a lot of different things, not only about trees, but the things that I have brought into my head. I now becomes an alphabet star. I can do the alphabet backwards. I make sentences with every letter of the alphabet that makes sense. And I also created an alphabet article, one that is no one in the earth has never created. And I'm going to tell you now, honey, this is the first time, and it's copyrighted, so it can't be taken from me. It's called the alphabet article. I'm going to go from A to Z, and each letter from A to Z going to represent a word. Now, here is it now. It goes: Almighty, beloved Creator, deliver everything for golden-hearted individuals. That's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. That's the AI. Now I'm going to go to the Jay-Z. Now, Jehovah no love, mankind never owe pastor. Questionable religious stories travel universally. Verifying words, X-ray your zone. Okay, so that's the A to Z. So
Wow,
that's
this is
all
amazing.
these. Thank
You're a
you.
very talented artist, I can see. I just wanted to finish off, as well, talking a little bit about your school tour, Twang Twang. You're
Yes,
super talented with the way you write words, the way you do things, but you also have another talent, and that is to connect with children, because children
right.
absolutely love you. I don't know what it is. Every place we went to and every show we did, every event we took part in, it was amazing. You also were here for our other COP28 interviews as well that we did on Healing Our Earth last time. So you shared a little bit about the work we did, but can you tell us a little bit about the school tours? Here we are. We're going to be getting involved in some free online training programs, but we call it the Save Our Planet school tour. And we are going to be going to 20 schools, and we're going to be teaching people about environment, etc. Tell us a little bit about how exciting is that, and how important is this for you to be
It is.
involved in this project?
Yes, it is important, and I always like to teach kids things because kids gonna bring whatever they taught and learn for the centuries to come. And I also becomes a motivation teacher, a motivational speaker through the same story with the movie, because they saw me inside doing the movie, interacting with the kids. Now she even called me on the side now to do courses as a motivational speaker. So that even give me more strength, more acknowledgement, more idea how I can deliver to the kids. Now I'm getting ready to go into the school to teach about the environment, which I'm so acquainted with the environment. I will know how to tell them what bin to put, what part of the garbage, the metal, the paper, the plastic. It's a lot of things I'm getting here to go and teach. So I'm ready to go. I'm
Oh,
ready.
it's amazing. I really, really would. I just wanted to share with everybody, this wonderful video that we did, which was, I thought, absolutely amazing, where we created our little song called Everybody Plant a Tree. And I think we should just maybe share this with our lovely audiences, just in case they missed the last one, for them to
Yes.
understand what we are looking to do and what song they could download if they wanted to support. So I just wanted to maybe share this. And what was it like when you did the actual video? What was it like for you when you did the actual video?
Oh, that actual video, yes. Oh, even the video man was telling me that was brilliant. The way we coordinate with the elderly, the kids, and everyone likes the video. Right now, I walk around with my badge with the barcode on the back of it, so anyone can just scan and go to the website and donate £1, watch my video for free or whatever they can afford.
Wow, this is amazing. So you take it around with you with a QR code at the back of the medal.
Yes, on the back of the on the medal that you gave me for the New Year's Day parade 2024 that we was there.
Yes, well, 60 million people watch that when
Yes.
on the New Year Day parade, wasn't it, around the world?
Around the world, yes, yes.
Let me play the song. So let me see how everybody, and for people who may not have seen this, just to get acquainted to what we actually created. So let's enjoy this.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
In the midst of deforestation, there is a crisis we face. Millions of trees lost, leaving a barren space.
Yes.
But amidst the devastation, there is hope to be found by planting some sacred trees on the hallowed ground.
Everybody plant a tree now.
Absorbs carbon dioxide.
Everybody plant a tree now.
Delivers oxygen.
Everybody plant a tree now.
We all need.
Everybody plant a tree now.
No. In the symphony of nature, your melodies play. Every tree planted show it correct. Just spin and a jump. Let's celebrate
The tree now.
tree now. No.
Everybody plant a tree now.
In a world of green, where the rhythm's alive, seed in the soil, let's take a dive. Please plant a tree and let the groove unfold. In the meadows of happiness, the story's told. With a pearl and a swirl, let's join the spree. Please plant a tree and set it free. From the roots so deep to the branches so high. Dance with the trees and let's reach for the sky. Some backward trees, some yellowwood trees, some green pine and some banyan and some walnut trees. From the seeds to the leaves, birds and bees lives in ease. Plain and honey spreading loving seeds. From the farms, the planting of trees while life goes on. With a planter and a bomb, me a planter and arbre. Something kushu, planter un albiro. Make it a decree, create a legacy. Every tree planted is a grand story. From the root rounded to the leaf that spin. Dance with the trees that the party begin. Underneath that star where the rhythm's alive. Dance with the trees, they make us survive.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
No.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
Let's celebrate. Participate. Let's make it right. Let's all unite. Come join the team and build the dream. Plant trees at home. The dream is close.
Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now. Everybody plant a tree now.
Wow, that was so much fun, wasn't it, Twang? Even it's fun watching, and I hope every person who's out there to celebrate the World Environment Day. We are going to be working in partnership with Healing Our Earth. And Amritaji, it would be lovely to know what you think, but we're looking to send it out through the YouTube links to all our contacts, supporting, this particular program, Times 20 campaign, and Healing Our Earth will be leading this whole program, with us. So this will be really exciting. What do you think, Amritaji? What did you think of the video and the song?
Great. It's just so lovely. Congratulations to both of you. I think so recently we were just in one of our conferences talking about music and music therapies and how the music has an influence on the mind of people. So what the words cannot do, the rhythms in the words together as they flow, and the way you have choreographed and it makes so much of sense and it's so beautiful. It's really very beautiful. So congratulations to both of you, and it's really very nice. In fact, it made me smile. Made me just. I was thinking I would have been also there to just dance with you and plant a tree like thing, and I think it can become a very beautiful movement all over the world where people can just sing and plant a tree, and that every child can just sing and um,
Amrita,
dance on the rhythms.
well, what do you think, Amrita? We should start off with you. We should get everyone to do that.
Sure, I'm the one. Yes.
Dance, right? And we should then start sharing it on the Healing Our Earth social media and get it all out there. Share our little YouTube link, and of course, all our wonderful Healing Our Earth members and family members from around the world can maybe support this wonderful campaign to show our support on how we could come together to help to protect our planet.
Exactly,
Excuse me,
honey.
honey.
And I would, yes, Twing Twing, please go ahead.
Yes, so we think we should get this song translated in other languages also, so it being solid, because a lot of people don't get the English. Because what I did in the song, I tried to say plant a tree in French, bit a planta en balm, me a planta en arbre, Zang in Cushu Spanish, planta un el biro in Italian, but I would like the whole song to be translated into a different language, an Indian language. We want to extend this thing to the world. So the song, the rhythm, it's good already. A lot of people like it. So this is another way. We got to check this out, honey. We got to get this song updated, upgraded.
Yeah, Bollywood singers, Amrita.
Twang Twang. Yes, definitely. And Twang Twang and Honey, you both are there. Because I belong to the field of medicinal plants, and because the herbal market is already growing a lot, and there's a lot of demands of herbs, so people are not thinking about preservation and cultivation of these medicinal plants. And what we find in industry is there's a lot of adulteration and substitution, and we'll be soon running out of these useful medicinal wealth that the nature has given us. So when we are planting trees, it's very important, and I plead everyone in all of my talks and my lectures that it is very important to think when you're plucking a medicinal plant for your own good, make sure you plant them as well. So when we plant the tree, it's very important to diversify and know about the flora of that place and to plant those flora enriching plants that will give a wealth of medicinal herbs, as well as the wealth that enriches the environment as well, which is the ecoflora of the environment, which is very, very important for the times to come.
Oh, we're so proud of you, Amritaji, because you are helping people to become healthy naturally. So this is a great thing, because there's a lot of really prana and energy into all the natural substances and natural environmental leaves and herbs, like you mentioned. So
I can add up on with this sector of yours in this your movement of this one, where we can take a lead on which country should have which medicinal plants and how these plants can be planted and all the cultivation aspects and all that. It will be wonderful, in fact.
Amritaji, this year from our World Environment Day onwards, from 2025 to 2026, maybe next year when we are celebrating, we'll be able to share with our viewers what we've managed to do for the whole year and what kind of work we've been able to, work collectively with our wonderful Healing Our Earth family. And did you know that the yogis, the olden day yogis who used to live in the Himalayas, every time they would eat berries and they would eat and pluck fruits and cut anything to eat, they would then replant the actual seeds and put it back for the future generation. Look at that habit. Look at the consciousness levels that these yogis had, that they would not even destroy, plants and berries and things, because once they've eaten, they'll replant it for the future generation. And I think we need to help to, generate that mindset in our youngsters as well, the growing up, the new generation, of how we could protect. And we're talking about sustainability. It's not about just utilizing all our resources. Replanting is one of those programs where we're, working on sustainability to protect our planet. So Twang Twang, I think Twang Twang, you are absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing this. I thought maybe to finish off with, we should just share with everybody how they could actually purchase and download this song. And if you wanted to download this song, are you okay? It's www.IC.Peace.Network that everybody can just go and visit. And I'll just show you that actual website again. Here it is. It's on the screen, www.icpeacenetwork.org. And you can really go down there and just download it. Please help us out. We want to, plant 1 million trees by next year. So we would really, really appreciate all your help by just downloading for £1. That's all we're asking, for £1, $1, €1, whatever you wish to donate. So thank you very much. Thanks, Twang Twang, for joining us here today. And Amritaji, any last minute messages before we move on to our next guest?
Yes, I would just like to say it's a beauty to be on the platform sharing Mother Nature word, trying to keep the work alive, because Mother Nature is life, and without life, we are not living. So that's what I got to say. The sun, the air, the breeze, the trees, that's what life is. So without them, we are dead. So we got to plant trees, and for the future generation.
Thank you so much, Twang Twang. Thank you very much. And I would like to just say global namaste. Thank you for joining us here today on Healing Our Earth. And we look forward to working with you in collaboration to bring communities together so we can all together have one vision, and that is to help plant more trees and protect our planet. Thank you, Twang Twang.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yes.
So Amritaji, who's our next wonderful guest? I remember our Pushpanath Krishnamurti. We had a fantastic chance and opportunity to meet at the House of Commons about a couple of years ago, where I heard your wonderful speech about the environment and how I believe when you have baths, when you have a shower, you close the shower very quickly so you don't let even the water rise. Is that correct? Have I got the right Pushpanathji?
Thank you very much, Hani. But I think first of all to say, namaskaram. It's good to be here, and I just want to congratulate you for keeping this tempo continuously. Your commitment and passion and ideas are very important. I wish we have an environmental day every day, because what I wanted to say, I don't want to sound cynical or negative, but we are at a crossroad of both a planetary and a civilizational crisis. So I think it may not look like that, but it is. But there's nothing to feel so passive and paralyzed, because there's a lot of change makers like you, are really doing something, and that's very important. And what everybody has taken a step. That's why I said, even in my walk, you have to decide to stand up first, take a step forward and step up. That's exactly what we are trying to do, and that's why I'm happy to be here in this. Quickly to say,
Amritaji, you wanted to maybe introduce Pushpanathji. I'm sorry, I just took over because I was so excited and super excited to meet him again.
Yes, please. Please introduce. And Pushpanathji, if you can make your camera landscape, that would be wonderful as well, if it's possible. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's much.
Yes. Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just to say, most of my life I spent with Oxfam, both in India, Africa, Eastern Europe, East Asia, and so on. And I was a global campaigner for about 8-10 years on trade and trade injustice and also climate change. That's my background. I come from Bangalore city in India, but I'm a British citizen. And in 2009, I started to walk for climate justice. Why justice? Because all these things we are talking about is impacting the poorest and the most vulnerable the most, and they don't necessarily cause all the problem. So that's why I'm a climate justice worker. I'm not a climatologist, even though I'm familiar about the issues. I'm not a plastic specialist, even though I know what it does. So it's important for people to know. I started when I was 57. I'm 73 now. I just walked 2 years ago from London to Glasgow. And after that, I've been continuously doing. Last year, I walked for 3 months. I also took other transportation and so on and looked at arts, craft, handloom. Not because in some kind of nostalgia, but because to see how that is actually transformed the whole thing we are talking about, from plastic to no plastic, from unsustainable to sustainable, from great opportunities. Indeed, there is an estimate in India that is made. It's actually $1 trillion economy, and it can employ about 200 million people. So my travel in south of India resulted in a book called The Unreasonable Transformers of South India.
Oh, well, that's interesting name, interesting title.
Come again? Can you see it?
A very interesting title, the book title. What made you call it that, and what was the reasoning behind that?
Thank you for that. I mean, because when I decided in 2009-10 to go back to India full time when I finished the walk to Denmark from Oxford, because India did not sign up to the climate treaty. So
what was the reason for that? Why would you say, why did they not do that? Because at the moment, there are so many countries who are getting involved in wanting to support. Why did India not come forward?
Because I think they felt like, look, there is a common responsibility, but it should be differential. Because historically, Britain is one of the largest emitter. Yeah. So, I mean, you can't punish somebody who wants to now improve. India has the largest number of population and they have an ambition to grow and they're trying to do everything they can. And they were saying that, look, you got to give us the technology, you got to give us, because otherwise it is injustice at a national level, but it is injustice at the poorest level as well. So that's the reason I went back to India to go. And one of the places I studied was Bangalore city because it made most wealth. And I wanted to say, what does it mean to the poorest living in terms of health, education, transportation, housing, and so on? And we made a book called Made in Bangalore.
Right.
Yeah? So that was important to demonstrate how there also, at that time, I was given a book called The Unreasonable Entrepreneurs, and it was taken from a quotation from Bernard Shaw. He says, the reasonable one will go along with the world as it is. The unreasonable one would want the world to go along with them, like you, for instance. Yeah. It is not a bad word to call yourself unreasonable. So because you wanted the world to change in a way, it actually helps everyone. It doesn't help a few and then destroy everything else.
Yes, so it's interesting, Pushpa, when you mentioned that, because I was just having a discussion with somebody and they mentioned to me, do you think this climate change is real and this and that? Don't you think it's a money-making scheme? Don't you think, like they were just going against the fact that, there's nothing to be called climate change, etc. And they were also saying that Earth, all throughout the years, the past, it's always had its ups and downs. The planet would heat up, it would, overflow. And then, so they said these are just cycles of nature. But how do we explain to those people, because what you just shared, reasonable and unreasonable people, sometimes we have to also educate people along the way who will be completely so stuck on their ways that no, there is no climate change. This is just a money-making scheme. What would we say to those people?
Okay, my quick point is that, if you look at generally the world of people and so on, about 2% are cynical, okay? No matter what you tell them, they're not going to accept it, okay? And there may be 40% people who are skeptical because they're looking for actual evidence and knowledge. And there is actual evidence and knowledge. Enough now, in 2009, I started to walk across Britain when most schools and nobody even knew there was climate change. At that time, I already saw in India, Africa, and so on, the frontline women being impacted. Let me give you one simple story of Shorabanu from Bangladesh. She was married, she came to this village, she was staying right closer to the sea. Her land was completely salted because the sea started to rise in 2009.
Wow.
And Bangladesh has very good delta land, but very small patches because the population is high. So they lost. And her husband went to the forest called Sundarban. Sundar means beautiful, Ban means the forest. That's where they would go. And he went to collect honey because it's one of the best honey. In the forest, if you don't touch the forest, you get the best honey. Talking about everything else we are talking about.
Yes.
So, and he was killed by a tiger. So she lost her land, no food. She lost her husband, and everybody blamed her, as we tend to do. The women is responsible for the problem. And then what happened? 5 months down the road, the cyclone Aila hit her, and this was one of the hardest in 2009. And she lost everything, the little house. She was actually found semi-naked on the rubbles of her house. And the BBC went back to look at her. This is what I'm saying. She's still struggling. She's still walking about half a kilometer to get her water. But the thing why I walked is she never gave up hope to reimagine her life. And she came here, she had never been out. She came to London and spoke to the Commonwealth parliamentarians. And I am a storyteller. I enable others to tell the story. And Shoruba's story hit me so hard because though she was battered, beaten, broken, she reimagined a life of hope. So who am I, not to feel that hope? And I wanted to call for justice, so I enable people, and I carry these stories. My simplest story is in my time, when I come from a very low income family, I myself worked as a child. When I was sick, my mother couldn't take me to the hospital or a clinic. When my temperature was going up, she would always put a cloth on my forehead
Yes.
to reduce the temperature.
Yes.
Now I tell to the schools where I go, the earth herself is now very sick. Her temperature is going up. So what do you see? Suddenly we see rains, not like before. 3 months rain in 3 hours. And we plan very badly our urban places. And those people who have some land where they're near the sea, the land is gone. And if they're in a dry area, there are more drought now than any other period of time. All this is documented. So simply what I'm saying is, if you're going to do something, just travel and see what is happening to the frontline people. And this is the story. If you look at these stories, it's incredible, really. I'm holding here is a Siva who used to work as a little accountant but managed to learn about waste paper and so on. And then he makes this particular diary. He took 7 days to make one of this. Okay, every process of this. And look at this one. This is another diary. If you look at this whole thing in front of it, it is a tradition 400-year-old, nearly 1,000-year-old in that town called Guledgud. It's revived now because this particular material is used for making blouse. People don't wear blouse anymore with this. So he came up with this idea of this diary. Yeah.
Wow,
Now,
it's so beautiful. It's artistic and
now
very
I'm
creative.
showing this Tula. Tula is an organic organization. They make these clothes and they say the lightest garment, rain-fed organic cotton, hand spun, hand woven, natural dyed, a non-profit social enterprise. It's not. It means that they do make an economic living out of a lot of people. Yeah, and this is the final thing: a cotton shirt on the high street in India, from the seed to the shirt. Everything is a process of sustainability. They do not use energy from the fossil fuel, which is what is cotton. Emission-driven growth has made huge amount of wealth, almost obscene. But what is the price we have paid? A planetary plunder. We cannot sustain this. Yes, you can plant tree, wonderful, because if you have a mango tree in a village, at least for 180 days they get oxygen. Okay, so these are the ways there are deniers and delayers.
Right.
Deniers because they have got something to lose. Yeah, delayers is because maybe our politicians are caught from one election to another election. They're unable to make ambitious decision. So they try to delay as much as they can. Both of this is causing because we're running out of time. But are we running out of hope? Are we running out of ideas? No. Look at this. If you just look at the number, there are about 23 stories in this book. Yeah. And each one, if you look at it, they've addressed plastic because we were talking about plastic. And I'm saying, look, plastic itself is causing problem. But has it increasing climate change? Yes, indeed. Because to make plastic, you have to use fossil fuel. And plastic itself is now, when we breathe, when we eat, when we wear, 63% of our clothes has plastic. So these are the alternatives that are being produced. And you may say, is it just a nostalgia? No, they're all economic, localized organizations which are linking to the world. And these 23 case of stories, I will say it's a distilled teaspoon of what is happening in an emerging India or emerged India. Where, and I've seen this in East Asia, I've seen this in Africa, because I work in Southern Africa and South India. They are my sacred geography. Okay. And then I've been walking now. I have done about 44 million steps. I have met 1.3 million people.
Wow, 44 million steps. I just wanted to remind that to all our viewers. 44 million steps is a lot of steps. There are many people who are trying to do 10,000 a day, but this is 44 million, lots of zeros.
And in this, though I took trains and buses and bullock cart and bicycle, I also walked 400,000 steps for making this book.
Wow, this is amazing.
In all my walk, I have never depended on anybody to give me any money, nor have asked. It's people who host me wherever I walk. I sing songs, I tell stories, I learn from the people I meet. So what I would like to is, I'm not even saying to say, look, please buy my book. I say, if you want, if you're a denier, if you're skeptical, I do namaste to you. Yes, be skeptical, ask questions. Indeed, children, my grandson here, our grandson came, we were talking about buying, why are we eating kiwi fruit? He said, we shouldn't be eating that, Tata.
Yes.
He said, why? It's coming from too far away. We have other fruits where we could eat.
Right.
Where did you hear that? I asked him, it's in the school. So I think we're starting to do. Yeah, I think so. I'm saying that, look, this is an interesting book. It's got fascinating stories, not only because I wrote it, because the story is fascinating.
Yes.
Every gender, generation, different identification, different geography, the whole of South India.
Yes.
And they're all unreasonable because they don't accept status quo.
Right. And could you mention the name again one more time, and where can they buy this? So if anybody wanted to go and purchase this book.
In here in UK on the Amazon UK, and
Amazon, please do make sure, of course, it's Pushpanatha Krishnamurtiji, and go and check it out on the actual Amazon, and do buy this, because it's a great way to educate ourselves, and this is real life experience. Sometimes you have book knowledge, but when you have experience knowledge, that's amazing because it's hands-on. So
one last thing I want to say, if I may, the south and west of India is where we have the mountains. They're older than the Himalayas. And those mountains are the ones which regulate the monsoon in India. They're also highly biodiverse. One thing is we have to reforest. Another thing is to make sure we conserve what we have. Those forests are very important. Those mountains are important because they regulate. We only receive 100 hours of rain in India.
Right.
Most people don't even realize that. So, and these mountains also grow coffee. If they grow Arabica coffee, it is like an extended forest. Because of climate change and impact, they could grow what is called a robusta, which means it's being robust. But for that, they have to cut the tree. India is one of the only countries where coffee is grown under the canopy, 3 layers of trees.
Right.
Our coffee is very unique because it remains with the forest. That's what I mean by, yes, please do for the farmers, the growers plant a lot of trees as well. And indeed, my last walk, I made children to count how many each family planted.
That's amazing.
So I'm saying we have to conserve. And in that, indigenous people are the greatest protectors of forest. Their knowledge, there's a story here I've written about their knowledge is immense about biodiversity, about how to manage without destroying and so on. So we got to start thinking about, while we are planting, there is knowledge available already. We have to actually make sure what we have, we can't afford to lose. Time is running out. Imagination is not running out. Idea is not running out. Innovation is not running out. Just like you. Yeah. You're not giving up. You're doing. So that is my thing. I'm saying I'm so grateful I had this opportunity. And I'm saying, let us do every day this activity. Indeed, art and climate change is one of the most important. My wife is a poet and a writer. I'll send you that, her poetry, which is translated in English as well. Every time I walk, she writes a poem in Tamil. and that is translated by our son, because my English is self-taught. My sons, they know, so they translate the thing, and then we make music out of it. So, and she also does painting as well. So each poetry has a painting, and it has Tamil and it has English translation. So, and I think art is one of the most powerful tool, and you have started to do that. Let's do more. Let's have every day.
Yeah, let's unite and let's work towards the vision, because I also know that the way we're using our resources, we would actually need 3 planets to make sure that because humanity is the one that destroys most of the things, because the actual animals and the habitats are just living in their own little places. But we go in and destroy their homes. Even the animals are not having any places to stay. Many years ago, I went to India, and suddenly all the monkeys were playing in the playground. And I said, why are there so many monkeys here? They said, well, they cut all the trees down. They don't have a place to go, so they have to start living in the villages, or in the towns. So I can understand, I'm very much with you, and I really would like to wish you the best of luck. Whilst I'm here, and Amritaji is here as well, I wanted to ask you one question, and I'm just going to share something on the screen for you. And I'd like to ask what you think of this. There are these things, look, there are shocking and disturbing statistics out there. And they say every year the world loses approximately 18 million hectares of forests. That's every year, which is equivalent to 27 football fields every minute. What are your thoughts on that before we finish off?
This is what we want: fast and furious, and we will only be found dead very quickly. Yeah. I think when people talk about, that's why I said unreasonable is not a bad word. Being slow and thoughtful is not necessarily a bad thing. So in this race towards making more money only at any cost, there is a difference between maximizing profit and profit. So once you start on that, because the threshold is we start to celebrate and make deities out of people who have most money. People like these are really to be celebrated. Because so that's what is causing that, because our consumptions are so big and we do not care what we cut. Indigenous people have no more place to, so we start to use so much. So that's why in the school we have to talk about consumption. What do we consume? Why do we consume? Who made this? What happened? So yeah, it is only what this number was given some years ago. Now it's even more rapid.
Yes. Absolutely.
We have the rivers have, right? Cambridge has got a manifesto for its river because it is poisoned.
Yes, there are so many things. But I just wanted to say, Pushpanaji, all the things you have shared are very much, aligned with what your thoughts are. The work that you're doing, we're both, me and Amritaji, I'm sure, would like to congratulate you for doing such impactful work. And also, actually at the age, you look 20 years younger than what the age you mentioned that you are, because probably you're fit, healthy, connecting to Mother Nature all the time. So I think that is also a very positive thing for health benefits as well, to connect with nature. If we don't have nature, then we've got nothing to connect to. I know we have our next guest here, but we'd like to wish you the best of luck. Amritaji, any last minute messages before we move on to our wonderful Brahma Kumari team members?
Thank you.
Thank you, Hani. Thank you. I would just like to wish my best wishes and all my blessings, and wherever you need my hands and my karmas, I would definitely like to put in. Pushpanaji, it's really a wonderful job that you are doing.
Thank you so much. Grateful. And
we would like to share these books globally. The more the outreach, the better will be facilitation as well as understanding for people, and they'll be able to understand these facts. And I think more eyes and more minds must read it, actually.
Thank you. Asian Voice has done an interview on this book. You can share that if you like. They have done a review of the book, also the Cambridge Independent. Otherwise, I want to say every opportunity, one need to be humbled and feel grateful because somebody is listening to you. Yeah, somebody wants to spend time to you. Time is the most important thing we can give to each other. I'm so humbled, so grateful. Thank you so much. Very kind.
Thank you so much.
Pushpanaji. A global namaste to you. Thank you so much. So, Amritaji, we now have, of course, a list of guests, which I'd like you to perhaps, introduce. We have some amazing guests coming up now. So I'm going to leave the platform for you now.
Thank you. As we move further, global namaste to you, as well as Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Brahmakumari Guru from Germany, and Brahmakumaris have been doing a tremendously wonderful job in terms of environment sustainability, as well as meeting up the sustainable goals. And it is a wonderful movement where so many people together are invoking the idea of preserving and protecting the environment. So, Haniji, it's time. Let's talk with our Brahmakumari Guru from Germany. Global namaste to you and a very warm welcome. Om Shanti.
Yes, thank you very much. Om Shanti.
So I know that Goloji, Brahma Kumaris have a very beautiful outlook towards life, and they have simple living, and they connect not just heart to heart with people and soul to soul on a soul to soul level, but they also connect to the environment and nature in such a powerful, impactful way. Would you be able to share some ideas on your thoughts about the World Environmental Day, and how does Brahma Kumari get involved in such activities? What kind of work you're doing? For example, I remember going to the special, India, to your Mount Abu, and I remember that you've got these wonderful natural energy making section there, where the whole of the Mount Abu is being fueled not by fossil fuels or anything like that, but natural energy. I just wanted you maybe to share some of your ideas on the environmental side of what Brahma Kumari believes in.
Yeah, thanks very much, first of all, for the invitation to this program and the opportunity to share a bit our insights. I joined the Brahma Kumaris, I think 84, and came first to India 85. And actually, I just came last week back from India. I'm right now in India, so I'm still a bit Indianized, so to say. And from my jacket, you can see I'm wearing a warm, my super warm sweater, because it's just daytime, just 17 degrees outside in Frankfurt. So it's pretty unusual weather. Yeah, we started a long time ago to look into the connection of our life, environment, the planet, and what's going on. And we set up an environmental initiative, and we set up also a Department of Renewable Energies almost 30 years ago. And we started with some small-scale solar projects, introducing solar cooking to communities, then introducing photovoltaic small systems with small wind generator for rural application, and then also introducing larger systems for communities. So we started very modest, very small, and then there was no looking back. And now we run hundreds, if not thousands, of systems in India. We have 5,000 meditation centers in India, and our aim is to sort of inspire all our centers, but also our headquarters, to go as much as possible green and environmental friendly. So we inspire centers to install photovoltaic system. We inspire our retreat places to go green. We also inspire centers to go green in the sense of avoiding plastic, using solar hot water systems, and look into all sorts of personal carbon footprint issues which are there, and try to sort of live a life which is more in harmony with nature, because this is also connected to our philosophy to live in harmony with nature and sort of create a better world by creating, or by sort of having, a personal lifestyle which is an example for that. So we started with all these solar systems, and right now, at the moment, we are setting up a 750 kilowatt solar power station, photovoltaic power station, and hopefully by next year, by this year, September, we should be able to run our whole campus in Gyan Sarovar entirely by the power of sun. 750 kilowatt photovoltaic with 800 kilowatt hours battery bank and 2 big inverters. And we also installed recently a solar cooking system based on 200 kilowatt photovoltaic and a induction cooking system, induction cooking vessels of the size of 300 liters each. And we equipped the system also with a powerful battery bank, so we can charge the system, the batteries, by daytime, by the power of sun. And then in the morning and in the evening, we can discharge the electrical power, send it into our kitchen where we have this huge 300 kilowatt induction cooking vessels, and we can cook, we can fry, we can boil. Literally, we can do any cooking application with electricity. And the system works very nice, and the kitchen crew is actually quite happy because there's no smoke. The cooking is rather instant, and the temperature control is also fantastic with induction cooking. So we do all sorts of projects right now. They're going on. And in Shantivan, we recently introduced a biogas plant. And with the help of the biogas plant, we are sort of making use of our organic waste and convert it actually into a sludge, which is a fertilizer, but also into biogas, which we're using for generator and for some of the mobile applications. So we're running a generator already, 50 kilowatt generator already 8 hours per day by our biogas plant. And the advantage of this system is that we are segregating our waste. And what we are doing is we are collecting the waste. We have now introduced everywhere waste boxes. And then all the waste is being collected in separate waste boxes. Then it comes to our biogas plant, where we have a big hole to store. We segregate the waste into organic on one side, plastic on the other, metal, glass on the other, and then paper, cartoon, and all these kind of things. And then we bundle it, press it, and we sell it off for recycling. And so it's a win-win situation because we get the pollution under control, we get the waste under control, we make money out of it. And out of the organic material, we make electricity and we make a very good fertilizer, a liquid fertilizer. So it's a win-win situation. And we had already many guests there who came to Abu Road, and they saw the local municipality came and they actually asked us if we cannot build such a plant and replicate for them. We said, okay, we help you. We give you the blueprints and the design, and we help you. But the land, the money, the funds, and all the whole push has to come from your side. We can help you with the design. We cannot build it for you. So we're trying to be very practical and being example of as much as possible clean lifestyle. And of course, we have in our environmental initiative, we have a green policy. And we try to inspire our centers also to go plastic free and stop the use of one-time disposable plastics wherever possible. In India, plastic is a big problem. And I mean, probably it was mentioned already today. They found now also up to 7 grams of microplastic in the brain of people. And probably they link it now to Alzheimer and dementia, where people have dementia or Alzheimer, they found the double of amount. So it's a very, very serious problem. We are sort of poisoning ourselves with microplastic. And it's a bit of a joke that we humans, we are supposed to be very, very smart, very, very intelligent. We are using such materials which are slowly poisoning ourselves and causing even very bad diseases. So we from Brahma Kumaris, we try to inspire people for a simple lifestyle and say, here, please try to avoid these harmful substances. Please live in harmony with nature. Please use as much as possible green technology, and please look into your personal lifestyle. So the good news, the good message is out there. Everybody is aware what has to be done, but however, we can see that the trend is almost not really sort of changing, It's more and more plastic being used. Every year we come to a beach or to a place, we're shocked by the amount of plastic which is lying around. I was some time ago in South India at a beach which was not being cleaned regular, So the place which is cleaned regular is okay, but you walk 500 meters up there or 500 meters up there, and then the beach is not cleaned. It's like mountains and mountains of plastic bottles and plastic lined up, and it's quite a horrible sight. So the trend is unbroken, and we have to understand that there is also a connection between our mindset and what happens in the world. And so we're also trying to inspire people to meditate regular and sort of have loving and compassionate thoughts for the self, but also for the world. Because our understanding is if you love something really dearly, you sort of take care. So we believe that the crisis of environment, climate change, wherever you look, we have this crisis, is a spiritual crisis, is a crisis of ourself, of our thoughts, of our mindset, of our inner nature. So in Brahma Kumars, we go also to the UN conference with the Environment Initiative, and we have been to the last, since 2016, we have been to COP in Copenhagen. Since then, we have been to each and every climate conference and to many other UN conferences also, to ocean, food, and UNDP, the BioCOP. So we're going literally to all the climate conferences, and we try to inspire people for this transition of the mindset towards compassion and towards love, and to understand that to bring change in the outer world, you have to change your inner world. You have to change your mind, your attitude, and your awareness. So we're working on literally on all fields and in all areas, and have this dual approach, you can say, trying to be an example on the area of renewable energies, on clean lifestyle. I have an electrical bicycle, and since 5 years I'm pedaling in Mount Abu, electrical bicycle, and everybody thinks I'm a little bit crazy, but I still continue to do it, and I know soon there will be more electrical bicycles in Mount Abu. So we are giving example in a practical way, but we also teach the meditation because we believe once we overcome the spiritual emptiness and overcome the spiritual crisis, automatically our lifestyle will adjust, and we adjust our consume, because all these problems are also there because we are overconsumption is there, massive overconsumption, and we're trying to compensate emptiness with buying more and more things, and that's of course is a killer for the project. And so we're urgently calling for people to say, stop, let's think about it, and let's change our mindset, and let's change our our lifestyle.
Oh, that's amazing. That's really, really amazing. And I think that what you shared was so important because, yesterday we as part of the Environmental Day, we went to clean up the riversides, like the riverbanks. And the whole of the community came together, probably about 30 of us. And we went there with all the litter pickers to clean up. I couldn't believe how much plastic was just, even in a place like London, that there was so much plastic. We literally found a bike thrown in the things as well. Can you imagine? That could be washed away. And so many terrible things. We counted. There was over 13,000 items we picked collectively over 3 hours, each of us, groups going out to clean different areas of the region. So for me, I can understand, because once it's in there and in the river, some people eat fish, I'm a pure vegetarian, but other people do eat fish and things. So you're literally consuming plastic, which they are consuming. So many, somebody also said that a spoonful of plastic is in your brain at the moment. So plastic, we can imagine, if it's in between your brain. I could totally agree with the Alzheimer's part that you mentioned, because there are so many people who are now suffering from, health issues and brain, dementia, Alzheimer's, etc. So thank you so much, for providing such an insight into the great work that you're doing. To at least we have the good side as well, with a lot of people doing the good work here in the communities. Yeah. Yes. And what were your thoughts, maybe, on how we could prevent and how we could educate others? Because I know that we ourselves try to be as conscious as possible to try to, to protect the planet. How can we encourage others to do the same? Because a lot of people tend to not even care, they don't even think it's that important. How can we inspire and encourage?
Well, basically, you have to start with the kids, with the youngsters, with the young generation, because they are the future. So you have to raise awareness and understanding at schools, at school level. And of course, the media, which are all around us, internet, everything is around us. They should go for that, and they should embark on the journey. I was just in the USA a month ago and traveled from New York and Boston down to Washington and then Dallas. And I was a bit shocked to be at the epicenter of consumption. And the sisters there, they took me into a newly opened hypermarket, and it was almost too much for me to sort of digest the sheer amount of goods packed in plastic, as much as you can imagine, and of course all coming from China. Cheap products from China. I wonder a little bit how they will do if they continue with their trade war. But anyhow, that's another story. Yeah. So I understood it's engraved in our lifestyle. We are in a very serious way imprinted on our subconscious mind to do certain things since childhood. We're used to compensate ourselves with buying things or consuming things, even if we don't need it. That's part of I would say that's part of the DNA right now of the current population. So we really have to undergo a reprogramming, all of us, and that's called changing the mindset. And this is a very tricky subject because we deal with subconscious programming, subconscious behavior patterns. And it's one of the most tricky topics. I'm in meditation since 40 years, and I'm trying to reprogram myself to become loving, compassionate. I have good thoughts and good wishes for everybody. And still, here and there, I run into situations where I'm not there where I would like to be there. So that's why we try to inspire people also to go for meditation, to do actively this kind of reprogramming effort, to have this kind of thoughts towards the self, but also towards others. So one thing, of course, is we can advocate awareness, education. We can sort of ask for a change in our topics in social medias and so on, going towards what's really important, what's really going on, not to inspire people to buy more things. But on one side, we also see that this is a very difficult thing. So the other option which we have is, and which we also propagate, is the power of your mind. Our mind creates an atmosphere, it creates vibration. So if I become, let's say, if I become a beacon of light and a beacon of inspiration, I create an energy field. And if enough people are doing that energy field of light and the energy field of compassion and transformation for the planet becomes so strong that it is sort of gets the ball rolling towards the direction in which we would like to go. Because with the understanding of Brahma Kumars, we're heading for a beautiful new age. It's called, in India, it's called Sat Yuga, the age of truth. And right now with the Kali Yuga, the age of Kali, and where all the old karma.
Yes, so we're going to be going on to this lovely, beautiful. I know that we one day maybe we have to talk more about this area because it's a very important area. Unfortunately, we need to move on to our lovely, BK Grace Lopez Charles at the moment. So joining that, but I would love to maybe continue that discussion with our wonderful sister here as well. And I just wanted to say to our wonderful Golopil's brother that thank you so much for bringing such insight, because I love the fact that one thing that I just wanted to finish off with what you said, we have to start teaching young children from a young age so they can have the right education, they can be environmentally literate, so that when they make decisions for the future to move us into the golden era that we're moving into, we get them all ready from now. And the vibrations you talked about, of course, everything's vibrations, including our thoughts. So if we do emanate good thoughts, that vibration can also make its change. in the world. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to say, a happy World Environment Day to you. Keep up the great work, and we look forward to hearing even more how you are leaders in this field, supporting the communities, and also being the actual result yourself. I like people who walk don't just talk and talk, but they walk the talk, as they say. And you and the community with the Brahma Kumari community exactly does that. So thank you. Have a lovely day. A global namaste, and I love the jumper. Enjoy.
Thanks very much.
So we now say a very wonderful global namaste to our sister Grace Lopez Charles. A very global welcome to you. How are you today?
Thank you so much, honey. I'm afraid my voice is going because I had a cough for a few days now, and so my voice is a little bit rusty, but I'm so pleased to be among you all today.
Sorry, we're going to send you healing energy from all of us. As you're healing on earth, our family is going to send, I'm sure everybody out there, just make a little prayer, because that's vibrations going to our sister Grace so that she can enjoy, getting better very quickly. But please go ahead. I'm sorry to disturb there.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm listening to Golo, and I was thinking that, it's so easy for us to concentrate on the external. And so in preparing for this small contribution today, I first thought of highlighting the challenges that Ghana experienced with plastic waste, and relating the whole story of why plastic, and especially single-use plastic, is detrimental to the environment. I also thought how these tons of plastic waste are seeping into our water sources and causing health issues and also damage to the ecosystems. I thought of speaking about the sort of legislation that the government needs to pass and strictly uphold in order to curb the use of single-use plastic. I thought of many interventions that are already taking place on a small scale in Ghana, and also ideas for interventions that can happen. I even had a video from one of our members who started this NGO initiative to promote the banning of single-use plastic in Ghana. Then I thought harder, and I asked myself, what new information will I be giving to anyone that they don't already know? What new message will I be given? And furthermore, what impact would it really have? So instead, I decided to focus on where pollution begins. And it's not just plastic pollution, but any pollution. It begins within myself. It begins with a mindset, a belief system that I hold, that everything external belongs to me, that the environment owes me something, that I am the center of the universe, and everything else just are there to serve me. And so with that is really a viral belief. It's like a disease that eats into the mind. And what we in Brahma Kumaris do, and I think Golo mentioned a bit of it, is that we worked with changing the trajectory of these viral beliefs that we held. And we don't know sometimes where it started, where it came from, but its impact is gross. It's there and it's impacting everything external. So what does that tell me? That it's not external things that comes in, but internal things that goes out. And if I can change these viral beliefs into the belief that I can create a better environment by creating the beauty inside me, so I can actually feed my inner landscape with the value systems that are already there within me. I don't need to look for these values outside. They are there within me. And all it takes is a moment of silence, just to go into that space and experience what is there, what is in the terrain of my being. There is peace, there is love, there's happiness, there's more than happiness, there's bliss. There's an inner wisdom that knows, that understands, that feels what is right. And if we can tap into that, each one of us, then the environment will be healed. Because I will be living from inside out. And I will be living in that vibrational attitude that whatever I think, whatever I say, whatever I do will impact my environment. Do I want to create an environment that is unhappy, that is polluted, that is not healthy for myself or anyone else? No. I want happiness. I want peace. I want joy. I want to feel that beauty wherever I go. So I create it within me and I radiate that out. So my actions becomes mindful. I'm not going to just use things because of using its sake and then dropping it anywhere. I know Golo said that we start with the young people. Here in Ghana, the young people really do not have much of a voice. So I think we start with the adults, because a lot of the young people copy the adults. If the adults are dropping their waste indiscriminately, the young people do it, because that's what it is. You are the one setting the example. So if we can actually move into the mindset of changing adults' attitude towards the environment. And that came maybe from the baby boomers, I'm not too sure, because if you go way before that, people were very mindful of the atmosphere. Just last weekend, I was in the north of Ghana and in a town called Wa, and we went to several farms, and the community spirit is still there. And the women are the farmers, and the husband now are coming along with them. Now that the farm is thriving and they're doing really well. We were talking to this woman, she's very tall, very upright, holds herself very elegantly. She's a farmer. Pure farming, no fertilizer. She gives some, I can't even remember the names that she calls of the different things that they use to create natural fertilizers for the crops that they grow. And again, this is actually seeing that when people value themselves. I looked at it, and the thing that struck me is how she held herself with such grace, with such respect for herself. Naturally, she will respect the land. And you see it reflected. She had so many sheep and goats, and they grow yams. Yams are very easy to grow in the north. And she showed how they plant the yams and how it's grown. And you can see the pride, but she had that pride in herself. And I think this is what is missing in humanity. We talk a lot about healing the environment, but what needs healing really is our attitude, the way we view the world around us, the way we view ourselves in the world. That scenario that Golo mentioned about the hypermarket, that is in Ghana as well. Ghana is now, there's so many hypermarkets. You wouldn't believe. And you go there, and yes, there's a China mall, and there is welcome shops, and everything is encased in plastic. So what message is the adults giving to the young people? If we could get the factories and everything to cooperate and work together, that can only happen when you are cooperating with yourself, with your thoughts, your words, and your actions. when they are in alignment, then you can align with anybody else. So I think it's a single look at each individual, each one knowing their own space, knowing themselves. And I'm talking not the space surrounding me, but my internal space, knowing my own power, knowing that I can love myself unconditionally, even though I have a multitude of faults, because that self-love is going to help me to transcend those faults and reach to the core of my being where there are no faults. So that was my message for World Environment Day today.
That was wonderful, sister. Because what an important area this is, because with the, we should definitely, as a brother said, that we should be having Environmental Day every day. So everybody should be aware of this. And you also talked about, making sure that the mindset is right. It's very, very important that we, help to shift the mindset. There are many people, and I believe even community members, parents, aunties, uncles, etc. They don't even see how important it is to pick up a plastic bottle and put it into the recycling bin. And actually, I just wanted to share, that there is, I would just maybe share this on the screen so maybe others can see this. They say that from recycling, if you look at our lovely number 3 here, or sorry, number 2 here, it says an estimated 8 million metric tons of plastic enter the oceans each year, harming marine life and ecosystems. And the ecosystems is us as well. And think about this, the world generates over 2 billion metric tons of solid waste annually, 2 billion metric tons, with only 13.5% of it being recycled. So what are your thoughts on the recycling side to help to even do the little bit that we can? What are your thoughts on that to encourage the recycling?
Yeah, and so what I told you that my one of our members started this NGO, and the whole initiation is to promote the banning of single-use plastic. These are very flimsy black plastic bags that you get freely, even for the smallest item that is purchased. And she does collect these used clothes. People will give all their used clothes that they no longer need or they no longer can fit into. And she has them sewn into bags and gives them freely to people on the streets, in the marketplaces, even give to some of the vendors so that they can give to customers. But what I find is they might do it once or twice, but they still resort to taking these flimsy plastic bags. And I feel that it is the onus on those in power to ban the use of these plastic, to put a levy on factories producing these plastic bags, encourage them to produce more biodegradable things for shopping use, maybe paper bags, maybe cloth bags, maybe materials that can withstand several purchases. And that's the way I can see changing little by little. But she's really tearing her hair off because more and more it's becoming a hazard.
Absolutely. Yes, and I think this is great for everybody out there, because even if you go shopping, instead of buying plastic bags and getting plastic bags every time you go shopping, just make sure you even start taking your own little bags, like reusable bags. We could do very little, like tiny, tiny changes in our lives, which can also start creating impact, huge impact, if we all did it. So, and that's such great ideas that you shared as well. Maybe people who are watching right now can get inspired by that as well, those suggestions. Maybe they can go out and do that. But Sister Grace, you have been absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for showing a wonderful insight into this particular topic. And of course, the great work that you continue to do. We're very proud of the whole of the Brahma Kumari community. And you are actually role models for the great work that's being done in the community, because you actually live live this lifestyle. You know, you actually make these actions. I'm very proud to be speaking to you about this. So I just wanted to say a global namaste. Thank you very much for joining us. But I will ask maybe our wonderful sister Anita from BK Anita, who's coming all the way from France. I believe she's just returned from the Blue March program as well, so which was great. So congratulations for being part of that. Maybe you want to say a few words for our sister Grace. Oh, she's just gone. Hello, welcome, Global Namaste, Sister Anita. How are you today? And Om Shanti.
Global Namaste, Om Shanti. Yes, and I'm very happy to be here. I was not sure whether I would make it, but just this time is okay. Because indeed, I and my colleagues, we are in Nice for UN Ocean Conference. You have just mentioned about this 8 billion of tons every year that we put into the ocean. So this is one of the main topics that actually will be discussed, negotiated next week. And this is about ratification process, because actually countries already agreed to reduce the usage of plastic, but then it has to be ratified by every country so it can come into action. But yes, my sister Grace, my very good friend, thank you very much. We have really fortune to serve together in different UN conventions also. So yes, this was, and I know this initiative by myself. So I think it's very good practical example indeed how in an easy way we can help environment.
Absolutely.
So
And it's
thank you. Yes.
to these UN conventions and have a platform to discuss these, because there is so much work that needs to be done to help to protect the planet. So these kinds of conventions, how important do you think they are for us to begin these communication processes and get these decisions in place? How important do you think that is?
Yeah, I think they are very important, even they seem not to be very effective, but still they are very important in order to create awareness, to educate people, because otherwise, even, for example, in terms of the ocean, we don't know how sick our ocean is, how we make it sick. And by this kind of conventions, we can understand the current situation and then we can see what to do. So it is very important, and it is very good that decision makers, negotiators from all countries, high level people are coming and meeting and putting their minds, and hopefully we would like also them to put their hearts into that. But yeah, that we have to see. So the agenda is quite clear, but there is very important also role of NGOs or civil society organizations. So here we have quite a big civil society group. Yesterday we had this Blue March. It was more than 1,000 people of us who in a peaceful way.
Let's find out a bit more about that. Let's welcome, if you could maybe welcome our brother Juan. Is it Juan? Hopefully I'm saying it the right way. Welcome maybe, and then maybe we could all share a little bit about what you have to share. Would you like to perhaps welcome him so that he can join in the conversation? Thank you.
So yes, I'm very happy to welcome Brother Juan because this is all connected. We are all connected. So Juan is one of our BK representatives to the United Nations, and his speciality, his main interest in terms of this area is biodiversity. So Juan led our team in the last UNCBD conference in Cali, and he was also present before in Montreal and Sharm el Sheikh. So he has a lot of experience, but mostly he is very interested in eco-spirituality, and also he has a big place in his heart for indigenous wisdom and peoples. So for sure he will share very interesting things. So Juan, welcome.
Thank you very much, Annette, and hello everyone, and Om Shanti, greetings of peace, all the way from Canada. And yes, I had the fortune to be youth representative of Brahma Kumaris for many years. So I participated in the climate change conferences, and like Annette said, I switched after no longer being a youth to focus more on biodiversity. And I want to share a little bit of my background as a homeopath, as a naturopath, but also connected to my indigenous roots in Mexico, originally I am from that country, that part of the world. And also related to the teachings of the Brahma Kumaris, how beautiful it is when we are able to connect with the land to where we are from. Because I think for me, the message today is connect with the land, connect where you are and in wherever you are. And by the way, happy Oceans Day. I want to say to Aneta, thank you. And that's why I put the ocean behind because we celebrate the ocean, such a beautiful way to just remember, that most of this planet is water and comes from the ocean. So life comes from there in many ways. And I wanted to share a story when here in Canada, I was actually with another brother from Brahma Kumaris, and we were traveling from Calgary to Vancouver. And for you, if you don't know, that's a very long ride. It's at least 12-hour ride nonstop. So it was a whole day journey to traverse the Rocky Mountains, which in Europe can be a little bit like the Alps or perhaps like the Himalayas in Asia. So it's a very big mountain. Um, it's a beautiful forest to meet microclimates in between these two big cities in Canada. So we were traveling, and I remember I didn't have my driver's license at that moment, so the only thing I could do was to be a good co-pilot, not falling asleep and just checking everything. But at the same time, it's like, okay, while we're having a conversation, there were moments also of silence. And I told myself, what can I do in this moment, Appreciating the beauty of all this journey, the majestic mountains, the forests, the birds, the microclimates. Suddenly there was snow, then there was like a desert. It was very beautiful to see all the contrasts. So I decided to meditate and focus on what we call in Brahma Kumaris Mansa Seva, which is a way to share energy to the atmosphere. When we connect to the divine, when we connect to in our minds with our thoughts and attitude, and we reflect that into the world, we can send that energy. I remember meditating for hours in that way while I was in that ride. And on the way back, we decided to stop and have a little, time to rest and eat. And I remember I saw this beautiful lake, like this postal card. You see the mountains, the beautiful lake, the water. And I decided to meditate and say thank you for that journey. It was almost the end of the journey, and I decided to just be grateful for that. And I sit down, meditating and practicing, the philosophy of the Brahma Kumaris, which is send this good energy into the atmosphere. And sitting there, I suddenly started to smell something really bad. And it was all these fish along the shore, and they were all dead. And for me, I was very surprised because I told myself, what's happening in this place? Such a beautiful and amazing place. And then you see all these fish dead around you. Um, so anyways, I kept my meditation. We went along the way, and then further along the way, we saw these messages saying there was like some pollution um, that kill all these fish. So we realized that a lot of these beautiful places were actually polluted with chemicals, with plastic, with certain things that were not really visible for the eyes, but we can actually see it by seeing all these fish and this biodiversity being affected by it. So the next day when I came back to Montreal, I remember having a dream. In part of in the indigenous communities in the Americas is how dreams speak to us and how Mother Nature can send this message to our dreams. And I remember going back in my dream in the same place where I was meditating, seeing the same lake, but somehow I was able to see all the pollution with my eyes. And I realized like, wow, this lake was really, really polluted. And then suddenly there was a fish who came and told me I'm the spirit of this place. And we say thank you for offering us this beautiful energy. We really needed it. So when I woke up, I was really like amazed and mesmerized by this dream. And I told myself, sometimes we don't see the effects of meditation, like Golo was saying before, when if we can tune into changing the atmosphere with our thoughts, when we collectively think in a higher way, we can actually elevate the environmental situation. So it was a beautiful message for me from Mother Nature, and I can tell you another one that was really beautiful too. I decided to go to the park that is near my house, to the biggest and tallest tree, probably the oldest. And I sat down and I was meditating, and somehow I had a book about indigenous communities and indigenous wisdom, and somehow I just opened the book, and the first word that I saw was orenda. And orenda was the word that for me was like a message from the tree, from the environment. And orenda means what maybe in India or in the East is prana, or maybe what in Hawaiian people call it mana, which is all this energy. Sometimes they call it the fifth element, which is the energy around living beings. So orenda is the word that indigenous people gave to this in this part of the world, to the land and to people. And by the way, these communities help, working collectively in peace. And because of there were many tribes in this area of Canada, they decided to come together and use the power of Orenda to create peace among these different tribal nations, and they created a pact of peace. And the symbol of it was a tree. So it was very beautiful to see how that word connected me to that story, to that indigenous history. That, by the way, that pact was the um, was a way for the United States to actually. The United States went to the indigenous people like Benjamin Franklin, and they took this pact of peace from indigenous people in the North, and they creating the American Constitution based on these agreements from indigenous people in North America. So sometimes the environment is always talking, so Mother Nature is talking. And as a homeopath, I see that the world, the earth is always looking the same as the body to coming to homeostasis. So whenever we have we can cut ourselves, maybe we are sick, whatever happens to the body is always looking to heal itself. In the same way, Mother Nature is acting, is looking and striving to heal itself. And I think we are, and all of us who are participating in this event are these agents of healing, agents of peace, agents of citizens of nature, but also when we're connected to the divine, when we invite the divine in our minds, in our hearts, in the words that we speak, well, we can actually make our lifestyle change, and we can start making an impact around the world with our families, with our friends, our communities. And this kind of mindset allowed me also to be working at the bank with my background of spirituality, to be some sort of an influencer within the bank, and created the first sustainability group within the National Bank of Canada. So wherever we are, we can make an impact. It can be the bank, it can be our community, it can be your job at school. So anywhere you are, you can create waves of peace, waves of well-being. And if we can start looking into, I always say that, indigenous people around the world, they have so much wisdom, and we can learn from them. Here in Canada, the Inuits, they call the different months of the year depending on how nature interacted with them. For example, right now, it's going to be a full moon in the northern hemisphere, and they call it the strawberry full moon. And it is called strawberry full moon because indigenous people knew that in this part of the world that this is a time where the strawberries actually, the wild strawberries start to fruit, start to begin to grow, and they're actually ready to be eaten around this time. So it's the last blue moon of the year, of the spring, I'm sorry. And so there's so many teachings that we can learn. And as in Brahma Kumaris, we also, we invite people to reflect on their consciousness and the way they see themselves. How can we be more spiritually oriented in this world so we can actually affect in a very positive way our environment, our planet? So,
What a
and
wonderful spiritual way of delivering what is in your heart, Juan. You did so well, coming from Mexico, settling in Canada, and yet having the whole globe right behind in your scenery. Look at that, the ocean, wonderful, with the clear skies. Isn't it wonderful? I think it's time that the world wakes up, and maybe we should start with the nursery children in the school, that environment should be a part of curriculum in every education establishment. Don't you think so?
yes, I remember being, you know, uh, I was having a teacher from a polar bear, and I had this opportunity to go to schools and speak to children, and the children were really mesmerized by the image, and they're like, wow, are you doing something for the planet? And it's like, yes, I like to help the planet to be better and to be more healthy. So children, if we invite them, they're really beautiful souls who can really learn quickly, and they can be influenced in a very positive way.
And yesterday, the Blue March, and where Aneta is, isn't it wonderful that people are gaining momentum, that taking it to the streets to make it serious? Isn't it wonderful? Aneta, you were actually there. You saw the combined effort from everybody. Do you feel people are taking it seriously, Aneta?
Yeah, it was
Okay, Aneta, we are having a problem with your
actually
internet.
very powerful demonstration, but with very specific things. Is it
Yeah.
better now?
That's okay. We are having your internet is a bit slow down there, no problem. But it's so wonderful, Aneta, that you were there. And Juan, it's time now, Aneta, to welcome Sonia. She has been on Healing Our Earth so many times. Maybe she's just part and parcel of our family, like Sister Jayanti, who is regular. And she is a point of contact to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Very important organization. Global namaste to you, Sonia. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. Nice to meet you all. And it's been wonderful to hear my colleagues sharing from Canada, from Germany, and live from the Ocean Conference in Nice and from Ghana. It's been amazing.
And you know, David Attenborough
No, I'm
his
in
soul was,
Copenhagen. I'm in
yeah,
Copenhagen.
yeah, he was so vociferous. Even Prince William was with him, and it was on a documentary. And people should really take note that the plastic pollution in ocean is so big that slowly, for those who are eating creatures and sea fishes and all those stuff, it's in their body now as well. So Sonia, what have you got lined up for us? It's all yours for the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Just tell us and give us some tips. Over to you.
Thank you. And yes, the theme for the World Environment Day, as you know, is plastic. And I was thinking to myself, it has become a big problem. We didn't know when we started to use plastic. My mom didn't use plastic bags when she cooked in the early days. Nowadays, we all use plastic in the kitchen and everywhere. And it's so artificial. But on the other hand, we also see a big tendency in the world to go back to natural materials, to go back to paper cups, to go back to not using plastic bag, but reusing everything. We go back to natural packing material. And you also have a big wave of people moving away from the cities, going back to natural living in the cities. And I mean, in the forest. I mean, I'm originally from Sweden, and many people move away from the capital. They move far away from the north to the north, and they live in the forest, with kilometers and kilometers away from a city, and they do home office and do homeschooling, and they live a natural life with the forest, and we can see that happening all over the world. And so it is a way to go back to the natural. And natural also means to spend time with myself in peace, in silence. Natural also means to enjoy my own company. Natural means to enjoy company with family and friends and also spend time in nature. So I thought my contribution to this wonderful program would be to do a visual meditation with you all, where we can relax and just enjoy some beautiful, beautiful pictures and images from nature, and just take it a bit easy for 5 minutes. Excuse me. So, I will play a video here for you, and I hope it works. Can you all see this? Yes. So I'll ask you to relax and sit back.
And Sonia, maybe you can maximize the screen.
Yes.
And this is our own production. It's not copyright from anybody, is it?
It's our own production.
Brilliant. It looks good. It's a full screen and green angel meditation. Here we go. All yours, Sonia.
Okay. Big change is ahead for all of us. For me, for the global family, for the environment. I can inspire hope and ease the change by holding a pure vision of the future. I see the earth in its golden form, a golden form of abundance and harmony. I visualize all people in the world keeping a positive vision of the future. Together, we can restore peace and harmony in the world.
How soothing, how natural. Sonia, have you found out that every production, any BK related matters, whether they are videos, whether they are audios, they're always so soothing. They actually not just mesmerize you spiritually, but they enhance your body's DNA. You become so still, you become so happy whenever you listen to music like that. Sonia, what else have you got lined up for us?
So I wanted to share now, if the audience just want more of these kinds of meditation, we have a platform called Yogis for Future. And there we have maybe 10, 15 different environment meditations.
If you could maximize the screen and let's tell people more about it.
Yeah, can you see this screen here?
Yes, if the globe is moving, if we just maximize it, so we see a full screen, which will be nicer. And
this. And here you go down, you try meditation now.
Yes.
Here you have different topics you can choose between. And here is one, healing nature and the environment. You have
Each one of them are so beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah. So if you click here, you see all the different speakers and all the different meditations. You see so many, they're all visuals, very beautiful visuals.
So for those of us who are listening in the YouTube, Facebook, website, is yogisforfuture.org.
Yeah.
If you go to yogisforfuture.org, you will have tremendous amount of selection over there. You can select the sector that you like. I think there is something for everyone there, isn't there, Sonia?
And there is something for everyone and for every day. And I think if we're going towards a natural life, it can only start when I feel natural in my relationship with myself. And I need to enjoy my own company. Then I can enjoy the company of others, enjoy nature. So the primary focus for everyone would be to re-establish a very harmonious relationship with myself. And that for that meditation for me has been the best tool of all tools.
And Sonia, do you know, you were talking about that we are going back to paper cups and etc. So plastic was actually just discovered just in a very early 1900s. Actually, it was 1907 when officially it was declared to the world. Prior to that, there was informal version. So we are only talking about just over 100 years back. We were living with nature. And just in the last 100 years, we have corrupted the earth. We have brought in material that are no good. We have actually caused an effect on climate change. Do you feel that going back to the nature is the way of life?
I mean, it's not possible. Now we are so many more people, like we're 8 billion people, more than that, I think. And it's not possible for everyone to live in nature. But we have to find a way to have a natural life, even though we are living in the city. And not everyone can become farmers and foresters nowadays. We are too many people. But it is possible. I have asked many professors in the climate change institutes that it is possible to go back to a natural life even while living in the cities without polluting the earth too much with in agriculture sector and all other sectors, and especially in agriculture, of course. So you can live ecologically, you can live sustainably and still support the whole world population. But at the moment, our primary focus still has to be to heal our own self. And then, however the earth would like to heal itself, we'll have to see.
And you got the absolute point that just within the last 200 years, we have surpassed several billions of population. We are nearly coming to 8 billion. Wherein just 200 years back, we were below that.
Yes.
And just 400 years back, we were just into just millions that you can count. Look at the explosion, and it's not stopping here. God knows where we will be. And with the energies that we have to find to live as well, this is where Golo comes in. His specialty is renewable energy. And you are a point of contact to United Nations as well. Let's go to Golo and Sonia. Let's see what simple tips would you like to leave to the consumer level that they can slowly change and help the earth. So for example, saving water at home, not have dripping taps and things like that. Golo, from the energy point of view, we now require more renewable energies, don't we?
Well, the problem is, of course, that we are, especially in the West, we're used to very high consumption of anything, energy consumption is very high, water consumption is very high. all sorts of energy we're gobbling up and consuming very much. So we could take actually example from India or from other nations where the per capita consumption of energy is 10% of a normal Western person. And we are all used to very high-fly lifestyle and think it's absolutely necessary. And actually, some days ago, I got hold of I emptied a flat of a friend of mine. He's shifting, and I found two kitchen gadgets. Like actually 4 gadgets. One was a grinder for wheat, to grind wheat. And one was electric and one was by hand. And I selected the hand one, and I'm planning to take it to India. And there was another machine where you can make salads, like carrots and all that. You can make them small. And again, there was an electric grinder and there was a hand grinder, and both were actually of high quality. I selected the hand grinder. So through technical invention, our whole consumption has skyrocketed, and we have to come down a little from that, just how much energy you're using, and so there we really have to think into a cyclic economy, and we have to think what impact are my actions actually having on the far end, on the energy production side, and then we'll see that we really have to come down and start saving energy as much as possible. And then when we save energy, that energy we should produce in a sort of renewable way. So as Sonia mentioned, we are a lot of people. It's not that super easy, but there are enough concepts and strategies which have been worked out by all research institutes over the world where we can do something and where we can come down, So it's technically, it's possible. Again, change of mindset is required. And that's where meditation and mindfulness plays a role in order to let people rethink and develop compassion and love. And then when you love something, you take care, so it boils down to my inner attitude at the end of the day.
And Golo, what a wonderful point you have brought out, that if we can give way to the electric gadgets and use the manual way of using gadgets, then the exercise is there, your body is moving, your hands are moving, your legs are moving, and we are not consuming energy, we are not polluting. So it's very simple, people. If you are listening, don't use a grinding machine, grind it yourself. Don't use a dough mixer, mix the dough yourself. Golo, very good point. Not only does it save energy, but it gets your body mobile. Sonia, what are your tips?
I think in general, people often ask me what to do, and I often say, don't tell people what to do. Actually, it's only one click on Google on how, and you get all the best tips on how to live a sustainable life. Oh, look at that. There's the grinder. So if you haven't clicked on Google yet, and
Golo is showing it to us. Oh, Sonia, look there, that's what he's saying. Manual one is fun. You've got connection. Your hand has got connection to the spices or the vegetables you are grinding. Look at that.
Yeah, it's nice.
And Golo, efficiency. Is the hand grinder or a hand tools almost equal to electric tools except for the speed?
Well, you get basically the same result. It takes a little bit longer, but of course, energy-wise, you're in a much better area. We're energy junkies right now, and electricity has brought us many advantage and sort of simplified a little bit manual labor, and it has been praised, and that's right. But we're overdoing it right now, and it's a dead-end road. The planet simply can't afford that 8.5 or almost 9 billion people are going for cars, going for individual transportation, and going for the electricity consumption. We are using it right now in the West. The planet doesn't have that resources. It's quite simple mathematical calculation. So we have to look in a bit more simple lifestyle. And of course, as you mentioned, it's very good for exercise, and here we are. Yeah, it's much better.
And it wasn't just good for exercise, it was good for human body because you are moving, that means you are alive. Golo, I liked what you say. The end result is same, okay? And it reminds me of a joke that there was an airplane where a guy was sitting in economy and a boisterous guy with an ego was sitting in the first class. So the guy asked to the other guy, poor guy, where are you going? And he says, I'm going to London on this flight. And he asked the poor guy, where are you going? He says, I'm going to London as well. I only paid 10th of your price and I'm going to the same place as you are going. So isn't it amazing the way the thinking it is that the results are all same? Well, shortly in a moment or so, we are going to go to Virendra Sahu. Let's bring in Honey over here. Honey, you saw a couple of tips. We heard the meditation. It was so soothing, relaxing. I saw Lata and Lakshmi almost dozing off into spiritual happiness. But I liked what Golo was sharing over there. Give way to electronic gadgets if you can use manual gadgets, because it's not only good for energy, but it's also good for your exercise and everything. Honey, do you use more gadgets or do you go the manual way?
Actually, I was really pleased that Brother Golo showed us the the hand.
Yes.
We use that actually. My mom loves it because she says that anytime we make like mithai, as we say, the sweets in Indian, especially the peanuts and the almonds, and when you're grinding them, she prefers to do them all like this, with the little grinder. She has this since 40 years or something. I mean, I'm amazed at how long ago these grinders were. So I think that, yes, I'm a true believer that wherever we can use manual things, we should. I know that people want easy ways of moving things forward nowadays, quick little grinders.
Convenience, maybe.
It's very much about convenience. But what I did love is I kind of did a quick little read up on the environmental initiatives of Brahma Kumaris. And, I noticed that they have such a huge commitment. I just read this. They aim to promote a more sustainable, environmentally responsible approach to life. I think this is very important. And they also emphasize more along the lines of interconnectedness of human consciousness, lifestyle choices, and the well-being of the planet. So they combine, when you make decisions, all these three areas, which I think all of us should perhaps, learn something from. And of course, from all of this, all the initiatives they tend to encourage are things like adoption of sustainable practices like vegetarianism. So perhaps, eating more vegetables, etc., reducing waste, and of course, promoting universal peace, which is really important because nowadays when the resources are less, people fight and have wars because of the resources. So at the end of the day, you don't realize that when we're talking about the environment, there could be very, very, terrible repercussions by having limited resources. And you can foresee this in the future, that when things start becoming very, very limited, there could be disharmony as well.
I was just in India recently, as I mentioned, and the war broke out between India and Pakistan, and there was a lot of talking about water. About cutting the water supply.
Yes.
And so it's happening already, and sweet water is a very critical resources. And modern agriculture is just wasting it, So we really have to think how we reframe our planet, handling the resources of our planet, and we have to come down from overconsumption. There's no way out, Mathematically, it's quite obvious. All the experts know it. It has to be implemented either softly, or it comes by unfortunate circumstances, But we have to learn the lesson of the nature now, There's no way out.
And Golo, as you say, everybody has to contribute. Honey, you mentioned the contribution by the BK. So let me tell you, not only just in United Nations, globally, wherever there are conferences, BK leadership themselves, Sister Jayanti, who is right at the top there now, joint administrative lead over there. She was the first one to suggest environment so many years back. I remember so many years back. And the first big global episode at Healing Our Earth was with the Brahma Kumaris, the third week after a pandemic, Healthy Mind, Healthy Planet. And it
Yeah.
was the first biggest one where we got 33 countries. You know, we had a couple of ex-prime ministers. So, Brahma Kumaris, kudos to you. World over, you not only bring that spiritual touch, but you've got outreaches. I also remember the solar power at Mount Abu. Just when it was being started, I was down there, and what a massive project that was. So one, Golo, Sonia, Aneta who is not here, Sister Grace is here from Ghana. Again, thank you all very much. And you are part of Healing Family. And Sonia and Golo, when you are here in August, honey, if you can organize, you, Seema, Riddhi, Dr. Milan Shah, Dr. Lalit Soda, maybe at the Global House, August 5th, 6th, or 7th, one of the convenient evening. We will meet them over there. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
I have to say, Neil Gina, while we're here, Brother Juan said, he mentioned eco-spirituality, which I thought was such a fantastic word, eco-spirituality. Each one of us are spiritual beings anyway. So, so having a human experience, but that eco-spirituality is a beautiful, because how we teach about spirituality, meditation, etc. But actually the eco side comes into this as well. When you're protecting the planet, that comes part of your spiritual growth, your evolvement as well. So I just wanted to congratulate for sharing that, because I think that's a very powerful word, the eco-spirituality. And I've learned a lot from that as well, and from all the people who've shared such amazing things today. Thank you very much.
And honey, you can see that each one of them emanates that positive energy that comes right from the top, right from top to the bottom. Thank you very much, everybody at Brahma Kumari, from everyone at Healing Our Earth. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Global Namaste. So whilst I was finishing off there, Neil, and we're now also introducing Virendraji, I just wanted to share quick a few photos, because we talked about plastic pollution. This is something we did yesterday called the River Blitz. And the River Blitz program was all of us going there with a little litter pickers. It was part of a Rotary program in partnership with International Children's Peace Network and Commonwealth Countries League. And we all went out there. Can you believe it? We found a bike in the riverbank. Somebody had thrown this bike on the actual riverbank. We then went along, picking and, having all these. We had probably about 60 to 80 bags, that we had collected. Of course, this was in partnership with the North Woolwich Library. You could see we all had a fantastic briefing session with young children, who I believe is what our next discussion that we're going to be talking about. A 12-year-old joined us here, and he was amazing. He probably picked up most litter from all of us. So I think we really do need to encourage young people to get involved in things like this. And then, of course, we had all different cultural backgrounds. Litter picking, I think, is great, because you could see under the bushes, in the parks, under the trees, all these litter, cigarette stubs, all sorts of things that we could find. And it was great fun. And as you can see, it's multicultural. So,
and you can see Mala enjoying as well. And honey, this was not just a community good outreach, but look at the enjoyment everybody felt.
Yes, and we also had people on wheelchairs coming along. So it wasn't just that people have to have any kinds of disadvantages. This young lady Faiza on the right in the red coat, she even came along, and she's on a wheelchair. We had Duchess, a lady. She's the president of the Commonwealth Countries League. She also came in a wheelchair, and she also cleaned up. So there should be no excuses. We had a councillor who joined us as well. Here you can see him in the background, sharing how important it is, for our local communities to come together to keep our rivers clean. So much plastic came out of that river banks. I couldn't believe it in myself. It was amazing. This on the right side is the district governor from Rotary, Himanshu Jain. He helped to, of course, say a few words that encouraged everybody to get involved. And next year, we're going to do something bigger and better. And I'm sure Healing Our Earth will be involved. Here's Mala, who's represented Healing Our Earth with myself to be part of this program as well. So I just wanted to say that it was a fantastic, fantastic day. I just wanted to share some of these fantastic photos. And having so much fun as well along the way. So,
And what a better way to have a picnic and yet helping the community. That's what I look at it, because the person who came in the wheelchair and the other one was slightly less able, it actually boosted their morale up, that they feel the part of the community.
absolutely, absolutely. Meaning that young children, older people, people maybe with less advantage, whatever it is, everybody can come together. And
It's
of course,
amazing.
next week I'm sure that there'll be some news news coverage in the press, local press.
And we'll talk a bit more about this. We'll also show them the outreach that's happening in next week and also what's happening here. Let's go to Virendra, who is the founder member of the Soul Motion Foundation, and chit chat with Virendra. Over to you, honey.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, dear Neilji. So, global namaste, Virendra ji. Thank you very much for joining us from the Ocean
Namaste,
Foundation.
honey, and thank you for inviting me with such a global leaders and such a beautiful soul who think the same way. We all in tune, and we are in tuning the same frequency of healing the planet, healing the people, healing the soul, healing the energies. And I'm glad to be on this platform to talk and interact with all of you.
Virendra,
I'm blessed.
Virendra, can you flip your camera to landscape, please? It will look good. If you can just flip it to landscape. Honey, over to you. Let's know more about Virendra and his input in this environment.
If you can do it as a horizontal, that would be fantastic, Virendra ji. Just move
Let me
screen.
Let me try. Oh, okay, this way.
Yes, perfect. Go, go, go.
Yes. So yeah, your head.
Okay.
Getting a bit of your head cut off at the top. So if you want to sit a little bit back, then maybe that's perfect. So Virendra ji, I just want to first of all congratulate you from the Soul Motion Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit?
Thank you.
Because I know that I met you last year and we've been working on some projects together. But tell us a bit about your work and the Soul Foundation, please.
So as it stands, it's soul, SOL. So soul can be individual or the ray of sun, but it is a ray of hope. This is sustainable oriented living. This is for, we believe basically one step towards sustainability, one step towards the life, one kid at a time, one thought at a time. If we can impact the thought process and the practice, starting from the very childhood of children and kids, that they are the real change makers. I don't believe that we at the age of 50, 60, 70 or 80, we can just join together in a group and talk, but the real impact and the change can be brought with the mindset of young kids who's going to, basically implement from a school level to the family level to the whole community level and to the global level. So they're the real change maker. I believe they're the real change maker, and the only way to bring change into the whole system and to the whole community and to the whole global scale is to educate and make them aware what they are breathing in, what they are doing, and bring them into sustainable oriented living. That's what we focus on, and that is the whole foundation and the whole thought process of ours.
Yes, absolutely. As you can see a little bit on the screen, that was part of this wonderful website where we welcome young minds, especially to champion, climate change, etc., sustainable living. And of course, this particular website is fantastic because it has some educational modules that we would like to also talk about today.
It's a wonderful website, honey. It actually leads into collaborative learning, global connection, student empowerment. We always hear about women empowerment. Here is a student empowerment, and you can see all the facilities which they are actually involved, outreaches. I think it's wonderful. So it's very simple. soulmotionfoundation.org. You go there and you will know everything. Over to you, honey.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And actually, you know, the bits that I wanted to share as well, is Virendraji, you know, we've been working on this online material resources, and we're working together from Rotary and of course Soul Foundation. And I'm sure Healing Our Earth would be really happy to be part of this wonderful educational program to support us, to go into schools, to get this out to schools across the world, actually. And we have this online course. Can you tell us a little bit about this modules that we are creating and you have created and you are you know, putting across?
Yeah, I mean, just to give some background, I'm a very creative energy. That's what I work on, and so there are different mediums by which we try to impact the world. And one is cinemas and films, which I'm working on, and this is again for the Clean Air Act law, which we are trying to work on for with the medium of a small kid who tried to educate the world and fight for it. So this whole foundation was created on the basis of those agendas and those works which we have derived into 17 points. These 17-point agenda, which we have created as a module for educating kids in the school and making them aware on you know, these 17 modules you can see for youth. So that is all the different agendas which, if implemented on a global scale, can bring actual change for the climate, for the healing of the earth and everything. So this involves renewable rangers camp, where all the creative minds of the, you know, the young creative minds can come together, and they can formulate a team and input their thought process and bring you know, discover some different renewable form of energies and think on that and work on that. Now green tech innovators, that is again a different format. So there are 17 modules like this. So basically, the kids in this modern generation where AI is taking over the world in a different thought process, the only thing which can connect and lead the future for us human in the form of our kids is the consciousness and sustainable way of living. Because sustainability we talk about is like okay, switching off the light and picking up the litters, but this is not just one thing which should be doing. It was a way of life from 1000 and 2000 or 5000 years back, where you go to the our Indian Vedic way of living, where comes the Brahma Kumari thought process. So they all manifest those thought process in the modern world. But if you go back to the 5000 and 2000 years back, we had this way of living. You know, we never thought of okay, just do a practice like, okay, switch off the light and save something, and just one it's just to
It was part of
do
our
acting on a one aspect is not everything. It should be a way. This is the way we should live to care about others, to grow plant, to
Yes, so meaning there was not really much, there wasn't anything to be taught because people were doing it themselves. It was a practice,
yes.
part of lifestyle.
It was the way how to live. It was never like being taught or told, oh, you should do this way or that way. But now the modern world has shifted in a different, more of a Western touch, and lost the actual consciousness in a human being, and the way of living in the sense of feeling the trees, feeling the air, feeling the earth, vibrating with that. So this is what we are targeting and making kids to understand and to grow things and to eat natural and be natural. So that's the whole concept of
The
Soul
education
Foundation.
program. Yes. So I just wanted to share, of course, that with Soul Foundation, a Soul Motion Foundation, I should say, we actually are now working on creating a special program, which is a schools program. So here it is. We can see this on the screen. And it's a special Save Our Planet school tour program. It's launched with funding from the Rotary Club of London. We're looking to go into, of course, about 20 schools to launch a pilot study. And this pilot study, as we can see, is with the Soul Motion Foundation, which will support the 17 United Nations SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. We recently went into the Zippo Circus, for example, to literally talk to children, you know, because there are so many children who go to watch the circus. And from that, by talking to this wonderful audience, we've already got around 10 schools who've invited us to go in to do this special program. Here is the soulmotionfoundation.org. So just in case you wanted to find out a bit more about this, it's a great way to perhaps contact somebody at the Soul Motion Foundation to maybe come into your school. So if you wanted us to do a free one-day environmental workshop, at this moment in time, you can invite us, and it's a complimentary session that we're offering schools, and it would become part of an environmental program. And you would have a lot of very good organizations like Healing Our Earth, you know, our Rotary, we have Commonwealth Countries League, we're all coming together to actually educate young children. So, Virendraji, what would you say about the importance of going into the schools? And why do you think it's so important for us to now offer this free online course to all young children?
Because, as I said, the sustainable way of living is much needed for this generation which is coming up, because they're losing a track of everything. Everyone is just on the mobiles and computers. They don't know, you know, so we are bringing them out of their classrooms to actually do one-day session practically on the ground with the nature in the school premises to grow their own plantation seeds and learn and paint and talk about nature, talk about innovations, talk about all the other way of communications and team building, and everything is needed. So this is what is missing in the schools nowadays, because there is a lot of pressure for schools as well. It's no one's fault, but it's the system which is working on that in that order, that they're all in very high pressure of communicating a lot of information to young kids, and they are left out with certain aspects, which is a very necessary aspect for any human development on a conscious level, on a spiritual level, on a energetic level of their well-being. You know, So that is why I think it's we should reach as soon as possible to all the schools and kids, and that's why we are doing it all free. That there shouldn't be any obstacle in between, you know, to reach them.
So that's a really great thing. Thank you for sharing that. So finally, my final question was, so how would the schools get involved? So that, first of all, that actual, you know, we have the whole program, the online program that people can connect with and maybe you know, book. But what would happen? So can you share, you know, how the certification process will take place, how the schools can also grow, how can the children benefit? What would be happening? Can you share that and just walk us through this?
Yeah. So basically, there are 17 agendas, and we are connecting to United Nations for the Earth Charter. We are in the process of that, so that will be affiliated and recognized by the United Nations as well. But the first thing is, like, we take. I mean, school can approach us through the website to opt for at least one module to start with, and that is the first step. As I said, one kid at a time and one module at a time. So one thought process at a time. We can always approach, or we can approach. I mean, we are approaching, or school can approach. Yeah.
So it's one topic at a time. So you're saying that, for example, you'll be teaching people about, let's say, how to do global harmony. Let's say we have clean air. So then you talk about how to develop clean air, and then you educate the children. Of course, they will get involved in painting, maybe planting trees, maybe doing things that will help to help them understand. Then you have the
they will.
which will be
Yeah,
designed.
they will learn. So yeah, the voice.
Please go
Yeah.
ahead.
So
Yeah.
the network is not very great.
No
Yeah.
problem.
So they will learn the way of either recycling and the process of alternative energies, resources. They will team building, you know, between each other, and trust building between each other. So these all things are a key factor to manifesting and taking further a team effort in solving all the, whether it's recycling, whether it's sustainability, whether growing plants, and going to getting into natural food habits, and understanding about it, learning about it is all about that. So because now the kids are lacking the nutritions in the body because the what they're consuming, even the schools in UK, because I have my own kids, and I can see what I mean. It's a disaster when I see what they've been fed in school. It is such a tragic moment to see even that, you know. And
Yeah.
I can't imagine me eating those things, you know. And they have to eat. I mean, sorry for that, but I feel really sorry for all our younger generations. You know that what schools are feeding, what schools are giving, you know, it's a nightmare. Trust me.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say that this is great. Thank you so much, Virendraji, because you know, we're moving on to, of course, we got Neilji here. Let me find out what Neil Kumarji has you know, to say, what his thoughts are on doing such a fantastic initiative and introducing this into schools, giving people a chance to learn about a environment on a free level, you know, completely free of charge. And for us to be involved in not just shaping the future, but helping young minds, you know, to be educated and increasing environmental literacy amongst these young people. Neilji, what do you have to say before I move on to my next guest?
Thank you, Honey. Virendra, what a wonderful outreach that you are involved in. So, Honey, if you
Thank
make
you.
a note of Nilanjana from Indra Dhanush Kids,
okay,
then maybe this can be rolled out in Watford.
Amazing.
And for Leicester, Kirit Mistry. And then if he can organize that, and then we can go to Birmingham, Mukesh, and things, see how it goes with the 2-1. Let's not just do London centric, let's bring it out to the other cities, which will be useful. And then if it works well, Honey, then we can be rolled out with Mauritius and Thailand with Gayatri and Amarjit Kaur Dua. So Virendra, well done. Don't look back. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Go forward.
Neil
Keep in
Kumar.
touch with Honey, who will loop you with different healing our coordinators in different parts. Okay?
Yes. So Virendra, I just wanted
Amazing.
to
Thank
is
you.
here to educate, inform, support, and just provide a platform where good work can be done to help our planet, to help us. So individually, so all it does is it's a not-for-profit making organization, fully charitable, voluntary, completely. Each and every single one of us are here to make the world a better place. So, you know, you have a fantastic family that you'll be connecting with. So thank you, Virendraji, for joining us here.
Thank you, Aniji, and thank you, Neil Kumar, and thank you every being and every soul. It's beautiful to connect, and I'm honored, and it's a pleasure to be sharing the same platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Virendraji. Thank
Well,
you.
Honey, it's now time to welcome our Dr. Lakshmi Vyas and Vaidyanath Das from Germany, whose subject is our theme today, plastic pollution. So he is going to zoom into there in a spiritual way. He is part of Hindu Forum of Europe in Germany side, and of course, Hare Krishna to him as well over there, and a global namaste to you, Vaidyanath Das.
Namaste.
Global Namaste, Vaidyanathji. And
Namaste.
She's doing amazing work in the field of the environment, I know, with the Hindu Forum, and I'm very proud. You know, I really admire the work that she does. And of course, today we're going to be hearing more about what kind of work you're doing within this field. So Lakshmiji, welcome on Healing Our Earth as always. And maybe I'll give you the platform to have a nice discussion with Vaidyanathji and ask any questions you wish to ask and share whatever you'd like to share.
So, Honey, what we will do, let's have Vaidyanathji talk for at least 10 minutes. Then you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, we chit chat with him and bring out the best tips that a consumer can observe to stop and end plastic pollution. Is that fair?
Perfect. That's
Okay
perfect.
for me, yeah.
Fabian, we're all ears waiting to hear this wonderful, insightful wisdom and knowledge around the environmental subject.
Thank you very much. So I prepared this statement, of course, before listening to all your valuable contributions. But I will read my statement and then maybe have some discussion on the end, on the conclusion, if it's all right with you. So, namaste and good day to everyone present. Today, as we come together to honor World Environment Day, we must speak honestly about one of the greatest threats to our planet, which is plastic pollution. Let's begin with the basic yet startling reality. Humans produce over 400 million tons of plastic every year. About half of that is used for single-use items, products we use for mere minutes, yet which last for centuries. Since the 1950s, we've created more than 9 billion tons of plastic. Of that, less than 10% has been recycled. The rest ends up in landfills, rivers, oceans, and eventually inside us. So what is plastic? Plastic is a synthetic material made primarily from fossil fuels like crude oil and natural gas. It is cheap, versatile, and nearly indestructible. There are many types: polyethylene, polypropylene, PET, PVC, polystyrene, but most of them take 500 to 1,000 years to decompose. Some never fully disappear, they just break down into smaller fragments called microplastics. These microplastics are everywhere, in our drinking water, food, and even in the air. They have been found from the depths of the Mariana Trench to the Arctic snow. Marine animals often mistake plastic for food, leading to injury or death. Even more alarmingly, studies now show that microplastics can enter the human bloodstream. One of the most chilling symbols of our neglect is the plastic garbage patches in our oceans. The largest, the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, is a floating island of plastic waste, 3 times the size of France. Carried by ocean currents, these plastics travel thousands of kilometers, harming marine life and entering the food chain. But plastic pollution isn't just a modern problem of convenience. It reflects a deeper issue of unsustainable consumption. As Mahatma Gandhi wisely said, the world has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. Indeed, greed, as mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, is described as a burning fire that can never be satisfied. Our unchecked desire for comfort, speed, and cheap goods has brought us to this crisis. Hindu environmentalists have long raised their voices. Vandana Shiva, a modern-day eco-warrior, warns us about the toxicity of convenience and calls for a return to local, sustainable materials. The Bishnoi community of Rajasthan, guided by centuries-old teachings, have risked and even sacrificed their lives to protect trees and wildlife long before environmentalism became a global concern. Even our ancient scriptures emphasize the sanctity of nature. When Hiranyaksha disturbed the balance of the earth, Lord Vishnu appeared as Varaha, the divine boar, to rescue the planet. When the earth, as Prithu's daughter, cried out due to exploitation, she was protected by the righteous king. And in the tale of Kaliya, the serpent who polluted the Yamuna, Lord Krishna cleansed the waters and restored life. These stories are not mere mythology. They are profound reminders of our duty to live in harmony with nature. As the Isha Upanishad declares, Ishavasyamidang sarvang yatkincha jagatyang jagat tena tyaktena bunjita magrita kasyasvittanam. In the translation, everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore accept only those things necessary for oneself, which are set aside as one's quota, and should not encroach upon the belongings of others, knowing well to whom they truly belong. This verse emphasizes that humans should recognize the divine ownership of nature, be satisfied with their natural quota, and not encroach upon the rights of other living beings. So, what can we do? Say no to single-use plastics. Support recycling, but more importantly, reduce your consumption. Demand policy change and corporate responsibility. Educate others because awareness is the first step of transformation. We must act now, not for the sake of the planet, but for our own survival. Let us remember, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world indeed is a family. Namaste, Hare Krishna. So this is my contribution. If you want to ask me anything, I would like you to ask me about the places in Hindu scriptures and maybe the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita, because these statistics you have already mentioned. But if you have I would like to discuss if you have any questions about the background philosophy.
Thank you very much, Vaidyanathji. And can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very
All
well.
right. Before I go further, I will just give you a brief description of your whatever you have done. Vaidyanathji has dedicated his life to service and promotion of Sanatana Dharma. He joined ISKCON in Paris in 1972 and was personally initiated by its founder Acharya. He spent years practicing and preaching and distributing spiritual literature across Europe. His services extended to Colombia and United States before he returned to Hamburg. After retiring from Hamburg, he worked retiring from Hamburg, he was fully resumed spiritual service. He currently serves as managing director of Hindu Forum of Germany. So that is how, you know, we are friends. We meet at different places, and we also interact a lot of matters with each other regarding environment, about spiritualism, etc. And I really, really thank you for accepting this invitation and doing a wonderful job, a perfect job of whatever we wanted. Thank you so much.
Lakshmiji, thank you very
much. It was my pleasure. Lakshmiji actually asked me to make this contribution. Thank you.
Yes, Lakshmiji, thank you very much for bringing on board a fantastic contributor for Healing Our Earth. And actually, Vaidyanathji, you know, you mentioned about the questions. I had a question here. You know, we talked about the Vedic scriptures. We talk about how the Vedas teaches about lifestyle, on how we can create a really nice, I would say, a very complementary lifestyle with the earth, with Mother Earth. Are there any tips that you could give? I know nowadays we say buy plastic, you know, try to limit your plastic use by buying reusable bags and, you know, like natural things that we use now. But can you share some wise, you know, any kind of wise wisdom in terms of Vedic things that we could bring on board in our everyday life at this modern day and age?
And honey, just to interrupt, sorry. We have one step, as I said, one step at a time. So we have some great news on towards the microplastic. So I was in Monaco recently. We did some investment forum and innovative forum. So I met this scientist, and they have rolled out a product. Uh, it's a kind of fitting which you can put on your tap, which can stop the inflow of microplastic from the water. So this has been proven, and it's rolling out. We have taken an initiative to roll out to the world and to speak to the government on that level. So this particular innovation, if plugged in your tap water, in your tap at home or anywhere, it can stop 100% microplastics to come out of it, and it can save in one form the humanity or how we consume water, drinking water.
Very
Just
good.
just wanted to update you guys. That's all.
Thank you for the addition about microplastic. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
that's great. From the Vedic to this micro, I thought, oh, that was a bit different.
Yeah, in Vedic times there was no microplastic. Plastic was only, it was said before, invented in the beginning of the 20th century. And I myself, the first plastic bag I ever saw was, we were living on a northern German island. My mother had bought these new Frischhaltebeutel, or bags which kept things fresh, which kept food fresh. This was in the 1958 or something, I guess. And at that time we thought it was so good. But now it has been said before, we have too many billions of tons of plastic waste which end up in the ocean, pollute everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Vivian, actually, you mentioned this. What can we do? Because the thing is, life at this moment in time, the way we're living life, it's kind of, there are quite a lot of alarming, statistics that are being shared nowadays. We were just a little bit when we were talking to the contributors before, they were talking about how Alzheimer's disease and dementia and things like that can also be affected by these nanoparticles in water and plastic that goes into your brain and your bloodstreams and things as well. There are so many terrible things that are taking place over a period of time, and this all in probably the past 50, 60, 70 years maybe. So within even 100 years, a huge amount of destruction has taken place through humanity. How do you see things moving forward if we continue doing this? I mean, how do you foresee the future if we don't make the changes now?
Yeah, the Vedic ideal is simple living and high thinking. Simple living, because what we are doing today is anything else but simple living. And even the solutions that are there for reducing plastic, like was mentioned just now by our friend here, introducing machines which filter out microplastic from the water are very complex, anything but simple. So we have created complex problems, and we are looking for complex solutions. So, but the Vedic ideal was simple living and high thinking. So high thinking did not mean complex thinking, but thinking of who we really are. Who am I? What is the goal of life? And of course, the Vedic society was an agricultural society in the countryside. It has been alluded to before. One very important source of energy were muscles, Not only human muscles, but especially also the muscles of the bulls, bulls, animal muscles, horses.
So Vaidyanath ji, simple living, high thinking. That was the theme from the Bhakti Vedanta Manor, the ISKCON lead in UK, at the Diwali on Trafalgar Square 2 years back. What a simple solution. Simple living, high thinking. And talking about that, let me introduce you to our senior admin and senior anchor, Dr. Amrita Sharma, who will want to connect with you. She just finished one of the biggest conference there in IIT Mandi, where the ISKCON group and Bhakti Vedanta are also one of the lead. Amrita, say hello to Vaidyanath ji, and please connect. Dr. Lakshmi will facilitate the WhatsApp number to you. Say hello to Dr. Vaidyanath in Germany, please.
Global Namaste and Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
And what I love, I look at the map behind you, Vaidyanath.
Yeah.
I love the temples and mandirs that you have identified. So the next thing is you're going to keep in touch with Dr. Amrita Sharma, who does a good outreach at IIT level in India. And Dr. Lakshmi Vyas will connect with you. We have SanatanEvents.org, which globally from this year will be starting to promote all the Sanatan events from a cultural point of view, religious point of view, Vedic knowledge point of view, and the way of life point of view. So if you could coordinate on our behalf in Germany, and any events that they are putting up, we will promote it free of charge on SanatanEvents.org, which is launching with Diwali at the famous Royal Albert Hall in October. So Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, I will connect with you because the whole Europe has to jump back on this now. And
Yes.
Sanatan Events will be giving free plug to all the events that bring good outreach within the community. Now, Vaidyanathji, I like you started because you started with a spiritual way of requesting the ending of plastic solution. And it was only literally just 1907 when it was officially recognized. So we are only 118 years old. Are you in agreement that the way to live is back to nature? We need to go back to nature how we were literally just even 300 years back.
Yes.
Yeah, we in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, where I became a Hindu, in 1972, we have many rural communities too, and the ideal of our founder Acharya, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, was to reestablish Varnashrama Dharma, or the rural system, which was prevalent in India 2,000 to 5,000 years ago. Now, we still have such communities that work, but the amount of people who join these communities is very, very small, The people today, they don't even have the muscles anymore to work the countryside. Many find it more simple, we're speaking about simple living, to live in the cities. So including myself, I spent time in a rural community myself. But this was also mentioned before. We have Kali Yuga now. Kali Yuga is kind of bad global weather. We have 4 ages. The Kali Yuga is the one with the worst conditions, including pollution and everything else. It's like bad weather. But in bad weather, if there's rain, you may not change the weather, but you can put up an umbrella and save yourself and introduce to others how they can also save yourselves. So there's, of course, various ways of meditation, but also ethical principles which are prevalent in Sanatan Dharma and actually in all religions of the world. And they are truthfulness, austerity, purity, and mercy. And these ethical values are supported and strengthened by a certain way of life, which everybody, wherever he lives, can emulate. So, for example, becoming vegetarian is very environmentally friendly. First of all, it's being merciful to the animals. Instead of killing and eating them, you may employ them for working, using their muscle energy, and also saves immense amounts of food grains. Agriculture, especially dairy husbandry and raising animals for food, creates a lot of negative impact on our atmosphere, on the environment, all the gases that come about. And water, immense water, lots of waters are being misused, actually. So just becoming vegetarian would protect nature to a very large degree, and eliminate some of the major reasons for environmental pollution. Then also There are other things, of course, which maybe are not so popular, like austerity, you know. Who
There
wants
are
to be austere, you know?
You
Who wants
mentioned
to?
few points,
Yes.
and austerity, of course, is a part of the world now. Even pre-pandemic, when a lot of people were having economic problems, austerity was to be looked at. Just stay around. We still got 5-6 minutes before we bring to Bali. Honey, if you could call him and ask him to be landscape, please, before we go to him in 5 minutes. Lakshmi Vyas, just before you speak, Amrita, let's welcome Sharon Rolls, our senior host and reporter in United States of America, who is not only a movie maker, but a prolific dancer, very famously known for Quantum Chi movie, which has become so famous. And maybe tail end of this year, early next year, she is going to give another movie to the world, which will be multicultural. Global Namaste, Sharon, and how are you?
Global Namaste, Sharon.
Oh, here she is. My guest just arrived. Global Namaste. It's wonderful to see you all as always.
And Sharon, we'll go to your guest in about 25 minutes or half an hour. So that's fine. You've still got time. We've still got one more guest to go through Bali. As soon as he's lands,
Honey, please
bring
unmute
him.
yourself.
Sorry?
Honey wants to say something.
It's okay.
Yes.
She's actually talking to Bali there. So Honey just got Bali out there. So Lakshmi Vyas, you had a comment. Please make a comment.
Yeah. So I would like to say that Vaidyanatji is the Vice President of Hindu Forum of Germany. And this year, our Diwali celebrations of Hindu Forum of Europe is going to be in Germany, in Antwerp. So it will be a very good meeting that we are going to have. And I invite all of you to join. And the date is 16th and 17th October.
So isn't that wonderful news? I think it's time to say wunderbar.
Thank you.
Well done.
Wunderbar.
And
Ausgezeichnet.
yes.
Excellent. Ausgezeichnet. Excellent. Yes.
And the fact that you will be there, what a spiritual enhancement you will be bringing over there. So, Honey, you got a comment as well.
Absolutely. Vaidyanatji, I just had one final question for you and Lakshmiji as well. There's a beautiful prayer that I feel is really perfect to promote peace around the world, which includes protecting the actual planet. We believe that, of course, that there's vibration in everything we think, everything we say, that there's always those vibrations. So there is this particular prayer, which I just wanted to put on the screen, which says Om Dio Shanti, Antarikshagwam Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Rapaha Shanti, Osadaya. But in English, it also talks about, if you translate it, may peace expand in the celestial realm and throughout space. May peace spread over the entire earth and pervade the waters. May peace glow in all herbs and vegetation. May there be peace for all the deities and gods. May there be peace in Brahma and the Absolute. May there be peace everywhere and always. Peace and nothing but peace. May peace grow within us.
Yes.
Om, peace, peace, peace.
Peace.
And this comes from our Vedic prayer thousands of years ago, and it includes all the waters and, so can you finish off by telling us how important is it for us to also include prayers such as this to help to give the right vibrations to the world to help raise the consciousness levels of humanity?
Definitely. We had this emphasized several times already by the previous speakers from the Brahma Kumari group, which I all appreciated very much. Thank you very much. I learned a lot and I found it very elevating. Now, in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, we have the Hare Krishna mantra, of course. Huh? So there are different mantras and, well, in Germany, we are an umbrella organization for the different Hindu temples. We have 8 members, which represent about 80% of the Hindus in Germany. And there are different nominations in Hinduism, and they have different methods of meditation styles, but they will all worship God. That is the goal of life. Even Sanatan Dharma, in meditation, which is available there in Sanatan Dharma, is definitely one of the strongest methods to raise human consciousness. You can see we have here in Hamburg, we have the Afghan Hindu temple, for example. They do such beautiful bhajan. It's just going there. It's fun, clapping hands with them, singing with them. Even the philosophy may not be very high, and even children who cannot understand philosophy, when listening, to mantras, especially if they are accompanied by musical chanting, they start dancing themselves. They appreciate because it enters the heart, and this meditation will automatically clear away any greed, which was mentioned in my speech in Bhagavad Gita. And while you meditate or go to the temple or become active in your religion, you're not doing anything negative for the planet. It's good way to spend your time in the religious activities. It can be very consuming. It is also important also that it's delightful. We had our first speaker, Pushpanath Krishnamurti, and also the very first speaker. What was his name? He said that.
Twang.
What?
Oh, you mean Twang?
Twang, yeah.
Twang.
He says, these activities to raise the consciousness of the people of the planet have to be fun, has to be nice. People always want something joyful. So if you have a higher taste, then you stop doing other things which may be negative. So
and talking about joy and everything, Vaidyanath ji, if you can even promote Twang's ethos and work there, Hani and Dr. Lakshmi will be in connection with you. Stay tuned. We are just going to go to Bali, who is going to talk about a Commonwealth project that he's involved in. And then we are going to go to America. We will then have a group chit-chat session. It's such a wonderful contribution from you, Vaidyanath ji, from Germany as a part of Hindu Forum of Europe, and a global namaste, Hare Krishna to you as well.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
So, honey, let's bring in Bali as well. And I like this group chit chat. So maybe over the next 5-10 minutes, if you could chit chat with Bali, then we go to Sharon, because Eve Roaring is there, who is going to actually bring her style of honoring sacred ground, I think. So it will be a complete different way. She is going to bring different spirituality on this Environment Day. And Bali, I hope you are not driving. You are just a passenger. If you are driving, please park the car. So over to you, honey.
Yes, thank you very much. Global Namaste, my dear Sharon, all the way from USA. It's been a little while since we've had a chance to connect. And what a fantastic show to connect back in on our World Environment Day. We both love nature, and I know that it'll be a fantastic, discussion for your next guest. But I'm just moving on to ask Baliji, who is here, driving away, so probably sitting there as a special guest. I hope you're listening here. Now, I'm really, really pleased to present Bali Balaji, who is currently working on a fantastic project called the Commonwealth Peace Park with us. We are working together with the International Children's Peace Network as well as Rotary to launch various Commonwealth Peace Parks, which are, of course, dedicated to the late Queen Elizabeth II, and it's also going to be dedicated to Prince George. So, Balaji, welcome and a global namaste to Healing Our Earth.
Global namaste to everyone. And Janiji, thank you for having me here today.
Yes, I just wanted to say, Balaji, tell us a little bit about this Commonwealth Peace Park, because we're getting ready to launch this hopefully in August the 19th, during the International Children's Peace Assembly Week. So can you tell us and share a little bit with our audiences what this Commonwealth Peace Park is all about?
So basically, what actually happened was when we lost our queen.
We can't hear you very well. We cannot hear you very well. Would you be able to speak a bit louder, or maybe have?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, a little better. Thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can. Yes.
I don't think I can hear you. Sorry about this.
Okay, so whilst Balaji is sorting out this, let me share something on the screen.
No, unfortunately, I had no choice. I was traveling. When we set up this meeting, I was not traveling that time.
So let me tell you a little bit about the actual Commonwealth Peace Park whilst Balaji is traveling there. Well, this actually project is a very exciting project. What we're looking to do is to adopt 56 trees in various different places. So this could be a park, it could be a forest, it could be a local community, and there would be 56 trees adopted where each tree would then receive a special plaque. As you can see, it's not the same one, but just as you can see the mayor planting a tree with a plaque, this would be existing trees which would have a plaque with a QR code. This QR code would then lead every visitor to the website. So, of course, 56 countries in the Commonwealth. So if you wanted to find out a little bit more about every country, you could just walk around the park, click on the actual tree QR code, and it takes you to the relevant countries. So it could be Barbados, India, Canada, wherever. And it'll tell you a little bit about the interesting facts about that country, as well as the connection to the Commonwealth, how the Queen was involved, how the royal family is involved in that particular country. So it's a great project which combines education, youth especially, because we're trying to encourage young people to go and have walks in nature. And it makes it exciting for schools as well to take the young children out, communities to enjoy some time in the park or in the forest. So this is what we feel. And we also feel, and I think I wanted to congratulate Balaji about this, the fact that, you know, at the end of the day, this is a great way to leave a legacy for the royal family, a great way to, you know, commemorate all the fantastic work that has been done in the past through the Commonwealth. And part of it, of course, is going to be part of this program is going to be launched here on the 16th to 24th of August, where this particular launch would become part of the International Children's Peace Assembly. Here, we're going to be getting around 100 to 120 young children coming along from diverse cultural backgrounds, and we are welcoming all Healing Our Earth parents and family members to send their 12 to 17-year-olds to this 9-day program. And one of those days will be the special, as you can see, tree planting day. On the tree planting day is when we are going to be launching the special Commonwealth Peace Park in conjunction with the Bala Foundation. And this is, of course, being supported by Rotary, United Nations, various councils, Commonwealth country, United Peace Federation. So we have some really great people coming on board to support this, as well as the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, who I personally met about a week ago, and she said she loves this idea and she would be really delighted to be part of it. So coming back to the Commonwealth Peace Park. So Balaji, can you tell us what inspired you to come up with this idea of getting these 56 countries adopted, as well as writing a book? You need to unmute yourself. So Balaji, you'll have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little bit, yes. Can you tell us a bit about
many apologies. So basically, it was to honor the Queen that I wrote the book, the Commonwealth book, which contains all the information about the 56 countries.
Okay, let me Balaji, let me just share that because I know a little bit about that. I think the sound is not very clear. So I'm just going to just share this with everybody. I'm going to tell a little bit about what Balaji has done. He's written a fantastic book called The Commonwealth Peace Park. This is all about, having a book that's connected to a website. And this website will, of course, give you all the information that you require. So every time you click on scan the code on these wonderful trees, plaques, it'll take you directly to this website. And this website is actually a book. This book can be bought from Amazon, and we're looking to perhaps get this out to the whole world, even for free, maybe. So this will be great to educate young people and communities around the world about what the Commonwealth is all about. And Balaji, I think, has done a great job here, with this. So this particular interview was all about bringing Balaji on board to share that we are launching this with Healing Our Earth, which is always part of our programs, in August. And this is going to be our first Commonwealth Peace Park. Later on, we're hoping that we will be inviting countries around the world if they wanted to do these peace parks in their own countries. So thank you very much. Neilji, what do you think of this wonderful idea of developing the Commonwealth Peace Park?
So Bali Bhala has been before, and we discussed this project as well prior to this as well. It's a wonderful project. It's been going on, and I think we should just support it so we can garner more and more people into projects like this. Every project we have discussed today are so wonderful that, honey, through the different members, whichever one at Healing, let's just send them the presentation. Maybe if you put them on a Facebook and tag them, that will even be better. And Bali, of course, is part of our gang anyway. So I think we should make sure that it's not just East London centric. We can bring it to other parts of London, but let's take it to Midland side, because I think that will be beautiful. Maybe Kirit can activate people down there. So it'll be very useful. And honey, because you are directly involved in some of these projects yourself, either as a lead or as a coordinator or as an associate, it makes sense that maybe we can even do a project showcase where different projects with like-minded people can be taken into BK office, ISKCON office, Art of Living, BAPS, which does this kind of thing. So it's beautiful. It's all I can say is wonderful. Just don't stop.
I am also amazed with you, Neilji. While we are talking about this, I'm really proud of you. This is such a great idea, because having such organizations coming together and all having one vision, which is to make this world a better place through protecting our planet and our local, environment. I think this is a great thing. Maybe we should, arrange a time where all the organizations come together and maybe create an environmental group where we can all work on these various projects together. And I think it will be incredible to do that, with Healing Our Earth always being our lovely leader, leading such
Indeed.
projects.
And honey, as you say, that our platform, and I call it our because it's yours, mine, theirs, anybody's, it literally belongs to each and every one of us equally and jointly. And what is our ethos? To build better communities, to bring love, harmony, unity, liberty, peace, and serenity on the earth. So it's so wonderful. And honey, we're going to chit chat as well. You've been here since start, maybe have a mini break, but do come back in a while. Let's go to Eve Goring over there in USA with Sharon. And she is going to bring an alternative way of World Environment Day. So let's welcome them. Over to you, honey.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Sharon. And of course, welcome our lovely guest who's joining us. We're looking forward to hearing your wonderful contribution. So Sharon, the platform is all yours. Enjoy, and I'm all ears now listening.
Global Namaste, everyone. Here we are in beautiful Crestone, Colorado, where we really focus on the environment. Hannah Strong has been on the show a number of times, and her husband was one of the leading environmentalists In fact, she was telling me that he started World Environment Day. So that's very interesting. And I want to, she couldn't be with us because she has this big event going on later today, but I want to tell you about it because it's related. So her organization is the Manitou Foundation. And she says, over the past year, the Manitou Foundation, in collaboration with Sacred Contract, has created a process for Pyramid Mountain, it's one beautiful mountain here, to own itself. And we would like to invite you to celebrate this tremendous accomplishment with us, not only for the community of Crestone, but also as an example to the world of relinquishing human ownership of land and having land own itself. An aspect of this project is also supporting a human relationship with the earth that fosters respect and care for all life and upholds all of nature's rights to thrive and flourish. The new legal entity that will be holding the title to Pyramid Mountain consists of 5 different ecosystems that make up Pyramid Mountain. These ecosystems are listened to and represented by 5 human guardians who will ensure the land's protection in perpetuity. We would like for you to meet these 5 Indigenous and local guardians as well. I'll be meeting them later this afternoon, and I'll take some video so I can report on that. And they're going to have a ceremony, a blessing ceremony to acknowledge the land and its sovereignty, as well as the guardians that will be stewarding the land. There'll be a presentation about the history of the San Luis Valley where we are. And there'll be a panel with elders speaking about environmental guardianship and a celebration. So this is something very special that's going on here actually later this afternoon. And the other person here who's been so essential to the whole environmental movement is our dear friend John Milton from The Way of Nature. And Ave here works with John. And John is traveling, and so he asked Ave to come and talk to you. Their whole focus is on honoring the earth, honoring the sacred from many, many different traditions. So tell us a little about your experience with John and what you do at Way of Nature.
Sure. So one of the things that John brings through our practices, which we conduct mostly at the Sacred Land Sanctuary, which is land here in Crestone that has been set aside to recognize its inherent sacredness and not be developed or even have stones moved around. You know, we really let it be as it is. And that creates a really great space for meditation where you know, the mind and the heart and the body have an opportunity to really rest and relax. And so that's a really, you know, John's core teachings that we embody at the land sanctuary are really combining relaxation and presence. And so there's a number of practices that we do to cultivate relaxation and also presence, and ways that we actually are in communion with nature itself to practice presence. So we might be doing reciprocal breathing with a tree, or we may be sitting quietly and observing the stream, and or seeing all the animals and lovely bits of life that come by as you're in your sacred space there. So that's a little bit of what we do at the Sacred Land Sanctuary.
One of the excellent programs he has for people to really, really commune with nature is the Sacred Passage. And you've done probably a number of them. Mm-hmm. So tell us, what's that like?
Sure. So the Sacred Passage kind of has 3 components to it. It happens over, I think, a 10 to 14 day period. So people really set aside time to come and do this. But there's also shorter versions, 3 days, 1 day, just an afternoon. So it can always be kind of condensed or expanded based on people's availability. And that's one thing John's really tried to bring forth over the years, is to make these teachings and connecting with nature as available as possible. So the Sacred Passage has these 3 components. It starts out with awareness training, which is really about learning how to kind of rest in nature of mind, and how to cultivate presence. We practice Tai Chi and Qigong. So we learn about the energy centers in the palms and the crown of the head, and we learn about storing energy in the dantians. And then with that training of, how to relax, how to deal with thoughts as they arise, disturbing emotions, and how to rest in that spaciousness and stillness. With that training, then you go out into a part of the land sanctuary where it's private to you. So maybe there's 10 or 15 people each with their own sites. And you can't see anyone else from where you are. And that's very private. But yet you're still connected with all the beings around you, the trees and plants and animals, and you're not alone. So in that space, we do ceremony to kind of create a sacred circle, a protected kind of container for your couple of days in solitude. And so in solitude, what arises will arise, and, you can practice various things that you've learned in the training. And then, usually people will describe having pretty transformative experiences. Maybe they had something that they were really holding on to and really having a hard time with. Usually people choose to come to the Sacred Passage at a moment in their life when they're either, under stress or going through a major transition. Maybe they've changed their intimate partnership or their job or their place where they're living, and they really want to come and tune in and get quiet and listen to see if there's some higher guidance for where to go and what to do next. So yeah, often talking about those transformative experiences. And then the third part of the Sacred Passage is coming out and rejoining together as a group in circle with John and other guides that may be there, and sharing in that circle what has happened, and usually what we feel is would be beneficial for ourselves or for the group to learn from. And there's really an emphasis on silence, during your retreat, and usually coming out afterwards. Sacred syllables are a part of kind of going out and coming back in again, so that we create that resonance. And you all did mention, I think, Honey, you mentioned something about vibration. One of the practices that we also do is called toning, where we chant sacred sounds from the Taoist tradition that are connected with each of the 5 elements in the Taoist tradition, as well as the organ systems. So that's something that really kind of creates a resonance. It's really beautiful. I've had the experience of when you chant this syllable on the stream and it's for water, the whole thing just starts reverberating. It's so beautiful. And that for me personally is kind of a confirmation that these ancient wisdom traditions have so much to teach us, and they're real. There really is this amazing beauty in the wisdom that I hope so many young people have access to, and elders such as yourselves or others in the community. Just so much of gratitude and appreciation for carrying this wisdom through in these times.
John talks about inner nature, outer nature, and true nature. So in his passages, you're working to come back to the source. And you're looking at the outer world, the outer environment, and then your inner environment, your emotions, your thoughts, and then to just release and let go, to find that source, that true source. Right?
Sharon,
Yeah.
can you bring the computer slightly near or increase your microphone output? The volume is slightly low from your end. Over to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So also in the Sacred Land Sanctuary, he's discovered, I guess you would call it, or intuitive, these like spirit paths and paths of, they're kind of like ley lines. And then he has special stone seats. Tell us about this.
Sure. Yeah, so kind of connected with the ancient practice of geomancy, which is understanding how energy flows naturally along the earth. There are channels that flow through all land, but in the Sacred Land Sanctuary, there seems to be a high concentration of these various energy channels, which I just recently learned also correspond to water that flows underground. And so the energy on the surface follows some of those underground water channels. And so John went up on retreat at the headwaters in the mountain above the land sanctuary for 14 days. And maybe he shared this story with you all previously, to ask permission of whether or not the land could be used for an eco-village. There was a partnership that was already in place and people were interested in developing, and this was, 35 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, a state-of-the-art eco-village with sustainable energy and land use and everything like that. And he went up into the headwaters and sat in silence and meditated and asked that question if he had permission to develop an eco-village there, and he got a big no. The response he got was, no, that land is sacred, and we have something to share with you about it when you go back down. So he went down, and the way he describes it is that he was tugged like that with his shoulder, energetically to these stone meditation seats, which are stones that are arranged specifically in alignment with those energy channels on the earth, as well as with the stars. And so these seats have a very powerful effect in cultivating certain different kinds of fields. So one is called the dolphin seat, and it looks like a dolphin, and it is energetically very loving and heart opening. And so he'll often start out introducing people to these places on the sanctuary by sitting with the dolphin and opening the heart. So I really appreciated what I heard from you all about that, specifically about making things fun and joyful. And yeah, I think there's, I can really only, I wish my consciousness would expand infinitely. But from the experience that I've had here so far, that aspect of open hearts and closed hearts is so critical. It's we might not realize how much people are guarding themselves, how much people are reactive and defensive and really unable to connect. And even though we so want them to care for the earth and we so want this and that, stronger communities, etc., there is something really important to recognize about the heart's ability to be open and closed, or fearful. And I just appreciate nature so much, and it's just huge embrace, allowing people to be as they are.
So when you did the passage, how was it for you? What came up? Because I know you're very close to nature. I heard that you like walked the whole mountain, climbed over the mountain.
Mhm.
Yeah. So this is a real nature girl here.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to open it up a little bit back to the group to see if there's any kind of insight or response to what's already been said before we share more.
So thank you for that. Thank you. Really, really, really interesting discussion there. What I was fascinated with is your husband started off the World Environment Day. I'm absolutely. I mean,
not
that's
her husband, but
who actually started the world? And I just wanted to get that right.
Oh no, that was Hannah's husband.
Hannah's husband. Yeah, but the point is, yes, I can't imagine, knowing somebody who started off such a fantastic initiative to bring, because at least it gets discussions going, it gets people talking, it gets these kinds of programs, broadcasted so that people are talking about a very important topic. So whoever did that, Hannah's husband or whoever, a big congratulations goes to whoever started this wonderful initiative. So that's all I just wanted to share. Thank you for that. Perhaps Lakshmi ji or, Vaidyanath ji may want to ask any question. Neil ji, would you like to perhaps make any suggestions, any questions that you may have?
So the World Environment Day was started in our era. We were all born when it started. It's actually, surprisingly, it is just few years back. Literally about 50 years back, 1972. Hannah has been on this episode several times. She actually owns a lot of land up there where Sharon is. She is a true environmentalist, as is John Milton. And Creston actually is an environment area. It's so far up in the mountain that you can't corrupt it too much, although a lot of people have come there and started something over there. So it's so beautiful. And can you imagine? It is only just approximately, as I said, about 53 years back when we realized that we need the World Environment Day. And since we realized, to this moment, we have actually eroded Earth's surface significantly. Water is rising in its level. The pollution of the air is so bad just in those 50. So God help us what will happen in the next 50 years if we don't change and don't go back to nature and just the sites like this at healing our earth. If we don't heal the earth and don't wake up, then be prepared to take the consequences. Literally simple thing like drinking water in some of the country doesn't exist anymore. That's why we are having to pay for water. And not just water. Even for air, we have to pay now. In some countries, you have to go to this oxygen chamber. And although Sharon doesn't need it, she's already experiencing what an oxygen chamber is. She's quite high up in a mountain where you have to breathe quite well. Isn't it amazing? Let's take opinion of the people that is it really serious world environment? Do we really need to wake up now and not tomorrow? So should it become now? Sharon, let's start with you and then we'll go to Vaidyanath, Amrita, Lakshmi, Honey, everybody. I think it's a point that needs to start now through the nursery children in the education system with the parents. When the babies are born from the hospital, we should start training them. Over to you, Sharon.
Yes, well, Hannah recently shared this video, which I will send to you, Neil, and we can send it out, of the Kogi. They're from where? Colombia?
Mhm.
Colombia. Who it's a message from Mother Earth. And it was very disturbing, actually. that this message said that unless our leaders and ourselves drastically shift, that by December, the earth is going to rebel and cleanse. She's going to cleanse herself. And it's a beautiful but really disturbing film. I don't go for gloom and doom, but I just feel that it's that inner nature that needs to be worked on first. And that if we could, if you look at the news, there's very little about the beauty of nature and beauty and joy, and it's just all fear. And if we could stop that, that obsession with, getting clicks by talking about fear or disturbing things, and really just start focusing inward and being in nature. When you think of the people in the concrete jungles of the cities, I'm always encouraging people, just grow some plants, make a connection, and teach your children. My grandnephew, Finn, has been on the show, and he's obsessed with plants. That he goes to the store, he wants seeds, not toys. And so to make that connection for the children in the schools, have gardens on the roof, anything in the cities to make that connection, because they're just alienated from, they're sitting around, watching the video games, and now AI is coming, and people become obsessed with AI. So how do we find the way to connect the children and really teach them to care for the earth? And that's what Hannah's program does, and John's program does, for adults mostly. And that's what we need, more and more of this.
I think something very interesting you've said there, Sharon, because, we talked about AI, we're talking about games that young children are always playing, rather than going out in nature and enjoying and connecting to nature. But, perhaps, our message should be out to those people who are game designers and people who are developing AI programming, and maybe invite them to perhaps share these kinds of programs. Maybe a game that could help people to understand and develop their environmental knowledge, or, so what happens is we are kind of working with those who are going to be working on this anyway with the new technology, but we are helping to educate them and perhaps, collaborate with them to help to steer the knowledge in a particular direction, so that better informed decisions could be made in the future. So yeah, that's a great, because at the end of the day, we know everything's going to move towards AI. We've already got Chat GPT. We've got already, so many things that are going on, voice recognition. It's going to get more and more involved in this technological world. So we really have to, those nature lovers, us lot who are very nature connected, we'll still have to be open-minded to understand that, look, whatever we wish to do, it's still, some of that is still going to be there. So how do we connect and help to make this and collaborate rather than fight against each other? So Vaidyanathji, you've heard all this wonderful information, and I noticed that you were very diligently listening to many, throughout this afternoon. So congratulations to be there. Are there any points that stand out for you that you'd like to maybe share with our audiences from what everybody's been sharing? I mean, throughout the afternoon. You may need to unmute. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, especially for the last contribution. Actually, when I was in the US, I lived in one rural community myself in West Virginia for 2.5 years. And I know there's a lot of space in the US. If you compare to Europe, like Germany especially, we do have 2 rural communities, but there's very little space. And in Germany, even the countryside, administratively, government-wise, it's considered city. It's organized like a city because people use machines, they have all modern amenities. So even this conference we're having, we could not do without internet technology, here in the US, others on Scandinavia, we couldn't have this without sophisticated internet technology. So I won't say that all that modern society has produced is bad, but you have to discern, you have to distinguish, well, what can be used profitably and what kind of progress will actually cause damage to the world on the long run. So there has to be some discernment. And this discernment will there if we work on our ethical values, like Sharon was saying, the inner nature. There's the inner nature, but even the outer nature can be in harmony with the inner nature if we cultivate ethical values. Like I was mentioning 4 pillars of religion in Sanatana Dharma, which is truthfulness, renunciation, purity, and mercifulness. So whatever helps you're supporting these ethical values, that should be introduced and should be strengthened. In Hamburg, where I live, we regularly have school classes coming to our temple. So I identified these schools, they have a subject matter called religious instruction in Germany. I don't know if they have it in the US, but I think it's there too in other countries, religious instructions. And we have our Hamburg school children coming to the religious center, Hindu centers, to actually have first class information about how religion works, not just theoretical, like they're taught in school, what are the religions, but they have to see by themselves and get an impression and get in contact with practicing religious people, This, I think, would be a great contribution for the education of school children.
That's a great idea. Very, very good point. Very, very good point.
So, Honey, we'll be closing in 12 minutes. So I want to go around the table over here, and I want to ask everybody, what do they fear most of losing from the earth? So I will start first, so you know what I'm getting at. I'm not worried about food at the moment. I'm not worried about sun, and I'm not worried about water at the moment, because you can last from 7 to 21 days without any one of them. What I'm scared of is air. If the air is polluted, literally within 90 seconds to 200 seconds, you can die. So air is the most fearful, which we have taken it for granted because it's completely free. But suddenly, if the air is polluted and corrupted beyond breathable state, I will not be able to survive for more than 200 seconds. So I want to ask each one of you, ignore the air bit because it's very obvious. What are you scared of? Is it the food? Is it the relationship? Is it the sunlight? Is it the animals? It is the plants? So let's start with Dr. Lakshmi Vyas first. What is your fear that you think can be lost and then we are in trouble? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I fear not only the human beings, but also the birds, the fish, the animals. They are all there around us. So how due to the pollution and the bad things they eat, etc., a lot of the fishes and all, they die in the water. We don't even know what happens to them. So these are some of the things which is always lingering in my mind. How can we support, how can we take care of these little animals? They're all there, and day and night they are attacked by this sort of pollution. Either it is water or it is some chemicals, and it goes on and on and on. So how can we support them? How can we make them safe? That is number one. The second one is, as we discussed, the plastics. The plastics are very dangerous things on the earth, and they are also creating a lot of problems. And we don't know whether we also drink very good water. Are we drinking very clean water? Is it polluted water? Or it is water which is mixed with, I don't know what. So the small things which we've been eating, drinking, etc., it may play a very bad role. Some of us are much more very particular and very organized not to eat this, not to eat, etc. But a lot of other people, they eat anything, they drink anything, and those are the people who are going to suffer maximum without even realizing, what they have done. So I mean, I can go on and on these. I would also like other people to speak. So I'm really worried about what's going to happen. Maybe it may last for another 10 years or 15 years. After that, I don't know what's going to happen.
So presently you are clear, you are worried about ecology and you are worried about the water, quite rightly so. Honey, what fears you? What immediately that in your lifespan, because you've still got few more decades to go, what are you fearful of in a quantum wise and in a type wise? What are you fearful of? Over to you, honey.
Thank you so much. I think, with the way things are going in this world, I know we're talking about resources, but I also fear things like war. Because what happens is war significantly, the things that are going on in all these various places, like let's say Palestine, Israel, here, there, everywhere, it impacts the environment really negatively. And this also means through a destruction of ecosystems and depletion of resources. It could also mean, like when you have military operations, it tends to affect so many things. Not just that, I believe that this also has impact on biodiversity, human health, and of course, affecting our local environments as well. And this then has an impact on the global, the global structure of what's going on everywhere. So I feel the humans, although there's so much things going on with the environment, the attitude, lack of peace, lack of understanding, lack of harmony between different cultures. I think there needs to be more peaceful, diplomatic discussions between different parties, even different organizations, like even Hindu organizations. One believes in Lord Krishna, and one believes in Lord Shiva. You already have, so many different groups with different understandings and different faiths, etc. But if we can develop a more peaceful, understanding, cooperative, harmonious world, I think that could prevent a lot of these things happening. And somebody who I believe is already quite peaceful will not affect nature as much, because they will be peaceful with the animals, they'll be peaceful with how to connect with the nature as well. So it's developing that inner peace that can also come out outwardly and not lead to destructive things like war, So that's the bit that I would worry about. A human being can click on that one little nuclear thing and everything's destroyed anyway.
So honey wants to make sure that all the despots who are seeking for the war don't have access to that button over there, and let people be in peace, harmony, and meditative state. Thank you, honey. Let's go to Germany with Vaidyanath, then we'll go to India in Jalandhar. Vaidyanath ji, what are you fearful in your lifespan that may be depleted, not available, or can influence the way of life from a nature's point of view? Over to you.
Well, I feel very secure in the hands of Lord Krishna, so no fear, Abhaya, it's called, the Sanskrit term is abhaya, means you're not fearful. I mean, things happen. There are these sufferings, birth, old age, disease, and death, which people are generally afraid of, especially, of course, my age. I'm also 73, one previous speaker is also 73, could be afraid of death. But in Hinduism, we know there's still after death, life continues. So it's all these things that concern our material body. Things, danger, what we are afraid of are dangers to the material body. But once you are and realize you're not your body, your spirit soul, your eternal spirit soul, and you take shelter of God, Lord Krishna in our denomination, then fear will also stop, The very short answer.
So in his short answer is very simple: surrender to whoever Almighty you believe in, and you could be okay. So if you got faith, surrender, and sometimes surrendering is good because we don't have control with the God's way of nature's way of controlling the earth. So yes, surrender to the God, maybe have a belief in that, and it could help you. And that fear of not worried because you've surrendered to God can maybe enhance your self-being and you are less fearful. Let's go to America, Creston over there, up high up in the islands with Sharon and Eva over there. And let's see what they have got to say if there is anything they are fearful of in their lifetime. So Sharon, you go first, and then our guest Eva can go first afterwards. So,
well, in all the teachings, we're going to move beyond fear. I have concerns though, this AI issue. Although we always look for the transformative aspects. So, I mean, I've been told, because, I'm a dancer, filmmaker, composer, and all this. And so I've been told, oh, well, in a year, you're not going to need any musicians anymore. Human beings will be kind of extinct from this, right? Because AI can do everything. And I've seen some now that it looks like real. I've seen some AI. There's a new one out that's, like, what, $250 a month, and you can be your own filmmaker completely. You don't need anybody except the AI. And I work with it a bit on marketing, and it's wonderful. I love it. But the positive that could be is that when people, because they're saying all these people won't have jobs anymore, well, maybe then they could start caring for the earth. Because unless we have robots doing all the work, it's a place where we can turn our attention as human beings and start restoring the earth.
okay, and let's go to our guest. She loves honoring the sacred land. So what is she worried about?
I just really appreciate how this it almost seems like it's gone like following the chakras up through the elements. Like we've started with the earth and then gone into the human, and then we've gone to surrendering into God entirely. And I find it really interesting how everyone has already spoken about kind of different layers of this. And I think that's the challenge for me here, is understanding if I go with the perspective from Germany, am I neglecting what Lakshmi has brought forth with caring for the animals? And so it's just kind of trying to understand how the material and the spiritual are interrelated, and what our role and responsibility is in each of those spaces. And just to share one little story that I find to be interesting, this celebration that's happening today with this Pyramid Mountain becoming sovereign to itself. We sat in meditation and contemplated that. And a day later, the person came and said, I have a lawyer that specializes in doing just this. And then the whole project progresses forward. So when Vaidyanath, when you spoke about surrendering, it really feels like if we allow consciousness to operate in its optimal way and not get in the way too much, the optimal solutions will manifest naturally.
Okay, so very clear. Again, everybody has got different perspective. What we have established that we are slightly fearful of something that is happening. So we do need to wake up. We need to let people around us know. Let's quickly take 1 minute and 2 minute comment from Lata, and a couple of minutes from Meeta. Then we go to Amrita. and then Hani has a 5-minute share. So Lata, what are you fearful in your lifespan?
Namaste, Neil. It's a wonderful subject and a lovely question. I think it's very a dive deep subject because it's one question, but all of us has different perspective on it. You're right. But what my main concern is, the root of the problem is the greed of the corporations, where they want to profiteer at any cost. We need to stop them. And I don't know what's going to actually put some sense into them till we get to grips with that and educate them in a loving way, obviously, in a respectful way. But we're not going to find any solutions going to work because they're always going to churn out these billions and billions of waste. I mean, even packaging has got so much chemicals and paper and print and colors, and it's all unnecessary, all those colors that pollute the seas and the waters and our environment. How are we allowing them to get away with it? I don't know. Polluting us. I mean, they're taking our human rights away. So really, we've got to tackle the problem in another angle. And rather than see what we can do, we've got to see it as a collaboration with them and say, how are you going to stop producing things that we don't need? It's a waste, it's total waste. And then we're letting them produce all these chemicals and paints, and do we need it all? And you know, it's just messing up our environment, our ecological state. Our animals are suffering, everyone, children. Mental health is another thing that gets affected by all of this because we're taking in all this chemicals, pollution in the air and everything. So it's, you know, that's what's worrying me, is how we're
Thank
going
you. So Lata is very clear. Do away with unnecessary matters or printing or packaging. Only go for what is necessity. Very clear she's about. Let's go to Meeta. Meeta, what are you fearful? Is there anything you are concerned particularly?
A lot of concern because
Mention one or two that you are concerned with.
we are not leaving the planet for our future generation with what we got it, oxygen, water, sweet water, as someone mentioned before. And we are living responsibly and as if there is no tomorrow, and not at all concerned that how life is going to be sustained. If you take the climate clock, then we are nearing the clock almost 10 minutes to 12. If 12 is the extinction of planet Earth, then we are 10 minutes to 12. If you take the scale of the clock, you ask any climate change person, they will understand what I'm saying. So it reminds me of one of the events we had in Extremadura. Lakshmiji will remember the place which we stayed, Campus Fee. Everything was recycled. It has got the topmost award in I believe Europe for environment friendliness, meeting all the UN SDG goals. The water we use was in the toilets and flushed went to the vegetation, so it's recycled. We weren't allowed to use the cosmetics from home. They gave us special naturally biodegradable cosmetics. So people have to start thinking on those lines. Whenever I go to any shopping, I ask them, where are the boxes? I'm not going to buy any plastic bags. So we have to consciously think all the time, or else there is no other planet where until now where new life can sustain in future. And we have got huge responsibility for our future generations. If you don't do that, then we are not living the clean air. We are not living the, top soil is eroding. Isha Foundation is doing a lot. Sadhguru is doing a lot on those bases that if the top soil is eroded, the vegetation is not going to be good. the food is not going to be good, which is grown. So we need to be, and that biodiversity, if there are no bees, human beings won't exist. We are existing because of bees, and you can research that on internet. So all these things, we need to be very, very particular that whatever we are doing is we have to take into consideration what's going to happen in 50 years time or 100 years time, because we are limited editions ourselves. We will be gone in next 50 years, but what are we living for the future? And we have got huge responsibility every moment we use any non biodegradable products, because that means we are increasing the waste on the planet, and there is no way we in the poison it creates in many different ways, including microplastics and other things. Imagine, Hiroshima, Nagasaki was bombed many years ago. Still the fish which are found over there, they are infected by the nuclear explosion. And so we have to be careful about everything, the wars, everything, we have to be careful. So yes, I'm worried about so many things.
So thank you, Mita. Mita is very clear. She's saying live responsibly now to leave a better future for the others. Our land, our future. So live responsibly now, so at least for the generations to come, they may have an opportunity to have a better life. Amrita, you will be the last one to go in approximately 5 minutes. Honey, you have got a couple of news for us. So if you go ahead, and Amrita, stand by in 5 minutes and you can close the session. Thank you, honey. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody's contribution, everyone. I just wanted to finish off with just sharing and highlighting. Today, we spoke about the planet. It's a World Environment Day, so it was very important. But my focus at this moment is environmental education for young people. So I think the youth need to be educated because it fosters awareness. It helps them to gain the knowledge, the skills they require to make more informed decisions. This can also help, of course, to contribute to a healthier planet. So today, I just wanted to finish off with sharing a fantastic a project that I've shared already with you, but haven't told you all the details of the International Children's Peace Assembly, where we are looking to develop young youth leaders of tomorrow. So these youth leaders would then receive holistic training in all the various different subjects, which includes environment, so that when they get into leading communities or become politicians or business people in the actual communities, they'll already be aware, they will already have the skills and the knowledge to make better decisions. So I'd just like to share, while I'm here, if you don't mind, just a little bit of information about something that I think would be quite important for us to know about. So I just wanted to share the International Children's Peace Network. A lot of people were asking, so what are you going to be doing at the International Children's Peace Assembly, which has environment as a very big focus of its work that it's going to be doing? Well, this particular organization is actually to help to nurture our future stars, our future youth leaders. We're connecting with Rotary, Commonwealth Countries League, Healing Our Earth, and various other organizations to invite, including councils, local councils, etc., where people are, and these organizations are putting forward children to register on a 9-day program. The aim is peace, purpose, and possibility. So this is what we teach our young people. The 4 areas that we focus on are peace, education, creativity, and environment. The education part is very important because we're not talking about formal education. We're talking about informal education, which includes life skills, character development, value-based training for young people. This will also have, of course, the environment as a very big part of it, to be aware of these areas. This is the forthcoming International Children's Peace Assembly that we're looking to stage. It's for 12 to 17-year-olds. It will be set in London, of course, the vibrant city of London, to launch this. We have a 9-day program over the summer holidays, and it's a holistic training program with cultural exchange, team building exercises, etc. It will be taking place between 16th to 24th of August, 2025. Each child would be paying £795 as a registration fee, but this will be for everything: food, travel, stay, coaches, trips, taking part in talent shows, or anything that they're doing, they'll be part of. It's a 9 days program in a good place. They're staying at a wonderful hotel, so we'll keep them all in one place. All the volunteers and the team leaders will be DBS certified, so we are all authorized to look after young people. So we are actually organizing this to empower young leaders, to promote cultural exchange, of course, to encourage environmental action amongst young people, and of course to give children a voice at a global level, which I think is very, very important. So people have certain ideas. Children want to see how they want to see the future. So they should be able to be given a platform to share this information. The kind of people who can get involved, of course, are young leaders, 12 to 17-year-olds. Parents and guardians can put them forward or also take part themselves, can come along with their children. Schools, youth and peace organizations, which include interfaith groups as well, sponsors, businesses, or dignitaries, embassies and governmental leaders, because of course this is also good for cultural diplomacy, for getting young people together, from different cultures. So the actual event will have various different activities taking place over the 9 days. One is a talent show. We're going to stage an international talent show. There'll be an art exhibition. So this is the creativity part that we were talking about. If you're a good photographer, a good painter, maybe handicrafts or anything, you will be able to exhibit that in front of public. So these young people can really be, provided with a great platform to showcase their creativity. We then have parliamentary debates and peace advocacy. This will include going into the House of Commons, in the chambers, hopefully, and all the children will get a chance to speak about different topics relating to peace, environment, creativity, etc. And the United Nations will be also present there. And then everything they talk about will be transcribed into a report. And this report will be signed by every child, who attends this particular, as a peace declaration. And then, of course, there's environmental action and tree planting. The reason we shared with you about the Commonwealth Peace Park is because that will be launched here. We will be planting around 100 trees on that during that time to encourage environmental action amongst young people as well. And there'll be other environmental initiatives as well. There'll be cultural exchange, educational workshops. There'll be visits to, of course, London, like National History Museum, River Thames boats and things like that. We will also go to the seaside, team building activities. So there's going to be lots of fun stuff that they'll be getting involved in, including a very important grand gala awards ceremony right at the end on the 23rd of August, where they will get certificates, awards. People will be winning first, second, third prizes for different activities and things like that. So here comes a special invitation to sponsors and supporters, which is our Healing Our Earth members as well, and all our contributors from around the world who could get involved and support. So the aim is to support the leadership development of 100 to 120 youth ambassadors. This is actually aligning, you would be aligning with a very powerful global movement, which is related to environment as well. Of course, you would gain exposure through media and networking opportunities because you would be part of this program. And you can also invest in corporate social responsibility if you're a company or an organization. We are doing a launch on the 26th of June at the House of Lords. And this is going to be invited guests only, and our partners only. They will be invited as a special guests to this event. But we will have dignitaries, ambassadors, high commissioners, lords, MPs, people who believe in youth, peace, and environmental action. So they will be joining us at this special event at the House of Lords. And this is going to be very exciting because it's literally the launch pad. And we will start an annual assembly. So London will be the first one. Then every year we'll go to different countries around the world to do this assembly. And as we move forward, just to quickly do a quick little recap, the children, as they come along and they sign up to this particular program, they will get involved in a youth development program. engaging workshops, cultural exploration, peace advocacy, environmental initiatives, creative expression, of course, through talent shows and things, recognition and celebration. We've just spoken to the General Secretary of the Commonwealth, and we have a meeting with her. She loves the idea, and she's seeing how she could support this program as well. And then the networking opportunities, of course, for all the organizations. This is what Neil Kumar was mentioning about connecting with other like-minded organizations. This would be the fantastic place if you're keen to support youth leaders and educate them for the future with good high quality spiritual principles. And media presence will be then, of course, memorable experiences for these young people. There are also sponsors if you wanted to come on board, great sponsorship benefits for anybody wanting to come on board to promote and support. So to finally finish off, how can you get involved? Of course, if you have children, friends, neighbors, schools that you work in, please let them know about this project. We will share this through the Healing Our Earth platforms. Just go onto the website and you can register 12 to 17-year-olds. You can sponsor a child. These are embassies, youth organizations can sponsor a child if you can't come yourself. You can become a partner, a supporter. So you could put forward like a group of 10, 12 children, and you can come yourself, as a team leader, so you can learn as well. And you can also network with other like-minded people. And then, of course, you could attend or sponsor the gala event on the 23rd of August. We're going to get quite a lot of high-profile people already who have agreed to come there. These are all the countries that we're connecting with right now. So there's going to be a very global project. It's a first step, so the more support we can get, the better it would be. But we invite anybody out there who would like to become volunteers from any cultural background can join us and become part of the team, the voluntary team. This is, of course, my background. I'm a global president of International Children's Peace Network, and currently I'm doing quite a lot of talks and connecting with a lot of organizations to develop our relationships with them and to collaborate. And then this is Nelly Stefanova, who is my co-founder of the International Children's Peace Network. She comes from Bulgaria, Europe, and she's the CEO. We run a community interest company, so it's a not-for-profit making organization. These are some of our supporters, which is the Commonwealth Countries League, Rotary, United Nations. And very soon we'll have other organizations being added, like Healing Our Earth and various other organizations who are going to join us. If you're interested, of course, here's our contact details. You can contact us, you can contact me directly, and we would be more than happy to provide you with any further details on how to get involved. So this is a quick little presentation that I wanted to share with my lovely Healing Our Earth family, because I know you all kind of connect with the same values and the same vision of how to develop young people. Well, this could be a start to give our young people a platform to come together, and we can start one step at a time, and Rome was not built all in one day, so we have to start from somewhere. So that's it. So if you have any questions, if you have any feedback, suggestions, please go ahead, and then we'll close for this program.
Thank you, Honey. Good presentation. We can put it on the social media as well. And in fact, the future for that Soul Foundation is already up here. We'll just quickly run and then we close off because I've got another meeting here. So next week is diabetes awareness. If you know anybody who is suffering from diabetes, type 1, type 2, there will be people who are actually suffering and how they are living, dietitian, experts who will tell us what's going on. Here is one of the events that Honey was talking about. It is already plugged here. We had the person over here and we discussed this over here. This is what Honey was just talking about. ICP, Peace Network. It's International Children's Peace Network. Then the Healing Our Earth is doing with the Embassy of Croatia, where Alexandra will be running the official yoga day. And in Uganda, it will be Sanjay. So the next thing Healing Our Earth is doing with every country is to do the official yoga and Healing Our Earth themselves will be doing an online episode on Sunday 22nd. Official day is 21st, but because we always go on 22nd. And then is the 300 episode of Healing Our Earth, which started just for a few episodes and is still there with over 7,000 contributors. And then Guru Purnima and Diwali story, which is coming at Albert Hall. Keep a watch out for that. These are all the events that's going to happen in future. So Amrita, time for you to give a closing statement. And if you could just finish with a prayer as soon as you can, I need to bring the next team up. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar, and I'd like to humbly thank our senior host, Hani Kalaria ji, as well as Sharon Rose, and also Lakshmi Vyas for today's episode, and our invited guests, Vaidyanath ji and Virendra Sahu, along with Lata ji and Nita ji. It's really wonderful to have you all at this platform, and you're doing a remarkable job, Hani ji. My best wishes to you, and definitely I really wish my kids can connect with you on that platform. We'll have a talk, and I would also request all the parents to please send their children wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are. We share the common problems, and we have to find a common solution to that. And it's not just my and your story, it's our story actually, because our land and our future. And that's why to give a better future for our loved ones whom we do so many things, it's very important to think about the environment and give that as a legacy rather than the monetary terms or materialism. And if those 5 elements can be gifted by Earth, which is the God gift of nature, everybody would have that peaceful place where they want to reside in, physically, mentally, and spiritually as well. So finding that spiritual space with Sthit Pragya, which is like a stable mind, and a stable mind will bring correct decisions and right perspective to know what is correct and what's not, and then make the karmas in the right direction to preserve our Mother Nature, whom we love so much indeed. Thank you very much for joining all, and we'll be closing up with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuva